Morning.
Good morning.
Could Judy Melton let me know which case they would like to speak on? Could Joe let me know what you'd like to speak on?
Good morning. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, good morning. Hopefully we'll get started in a few minutes. Rick's having some issues getting on the line. So we're waiting on Rick to sign in. Yeah,
Okay, good. Thank you.
yeah.
Me? Max, can you hear me?
And
All right. Sorry about that. I'm having technology challenges today, so I apologize.
I think we're ready to go whenever you are.
All right. How many, what board members do we have present today?
Every except Patrick Welch.
Okay, so we have Emma's on then.
I believe so.
Okay. All right. I apologize, everybody. Let's go ahead and get started. The December 2020 is Thomas. We have all the city staff there, I should say.
I am present on the call at this
Yep.
time, Mr. Chair.
And it's Tari, and I saw Shad.
I am here. Good morning. This is
Good
Turi.
morning. All right. Then let's go ahead and get started. The December 2020 meeting of the Charlotte Zoning Board of
Rick?
Adjustments. Yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think we may have our new staff member from the City Attorney's Office on as well. Do we, Thomas?
Jill is not present at this moment. She's running a little behind as well.
Okay,
Okay.
I thought I saw her name.
All right. Well, okay. Well, we'll introduce her, and then when she jumps on, she can say good morning. All right, the December 2020 meeting of the Charlotte Zoning Board of Adjustments is now in session. I am Rick Sanderson, the chairperson. Also sitting on today's board is Terry Brown, the vice chairman, Deborah Dryden, Douglas Wilson, John Floyd, and Emma Allen. Also present are Shad Spencer, the zoning administrator, Lisa McCarter, the planning project manager, Teree Hagler Gray, senior assistant city attorney, Thomas Powers, senior assistant city attorney, and Jill Sanchez Meyer, senior assistant city attorney, will be joining us shortly. Max Oliver, clerk to the board, and Atkins Court reporting for verbatim reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote electronic platform. This is the 7th remote meeting of the Charlotte Zoning Board of Adjustment, and I would like to ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. The Zoning Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body and is governed by the North Carolina Journal of Statutes and the Charlotte Zoning Ordinance. We conduct evidentiary hearings on requests for variance and appeals, among other requests. Before we begin to hear the cases on today's agenda, I would like to provide some important information on the steps that were taken to ensure that each party's due process rights are protected as we proceed in this remote platform. First, today's meeting will be conducted in accordance with newly enacted state statutes passed by the North Carolina General Assembly in Session Law 2020-3 that allow for remote meetings and quasi-judicial hearings during declarations of emergency. Second, each applicant was notified before being placed on today's agenda that this meeting would be conducted using a remote electronic platform. Every applicant on today's agenda has provided signed consent to the board prior to conducting the evidentiary hearing on their request using this remote platform. Third, notice of this meeting was provided to the applicants and the public in a number of ways. Notice of today's hearing was mailed to property owners within 300 feet of each subject property and notified the property owners of the remote electronic platform, and letters also stated to contact the city immediately if there were any objections to the cases being heard on today's agenda. Notice was also provided by placing signs on each property and by publishing notice on the city's website. The notices for today's meeting contain information about means by which the public can access today's proceedings. Finally, any individual wishing to participate in today's evidentiary hearings were required to sign up prior to today's proceedings. This information was also included on the board's website. We'll be hearing two types of cases today. One, an application for a variance from the regulations in the zoning ordinance, or two, an appeal from a decision or an interpretation of the zoning administrator. Application for a variance from the regulations in the zoning ordinance. The order of the recommendation agenda will be as follows. The zoning administrator or zoning staff member will identify the case and recommend approval of the variance with any recommended conditions based on specific reasons. The chairperson will ask if anyone wants to speak in opposition. If there is such a person, then the case will be moved to the regular agenda and will be heard at a later date. The chairperson will ask if the board has questions for staff or if there is any reason the board wishes to move the case to the regular agenda. The chairperson calls for a motion and a second to approve the variance. The chairperson will hold a roll call vote. The order of the agenda will be as follows. All parties who plan to give testimony, pro or con, must be sworn in. The zoning staff member will explain why a permit was denied or why a variance is requested. The board may question the staff member, and then the applicant may question the staff member. The applicant presents their testimony for the case. The board may question the applicant, and the staff member may question the applicant. The applicant may present sworn witnesses. They will be subject to questioning. Other parties wishing to speak pro or con will be given reasonable time to present sworn testimony. The staff and then the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal. The chairperson calls for a motion and a second to approve the variance. The chairperson will hold a roll call vote. After hearing each case, the board will review each case and render a decision. That is usually done in closed deliberations after hearing each regular agenda case. However, the board may elect to take up to 30 days to render a decision. You may remain present during the deliberations, or you may call the zoning staff after the session to receive the decision of the board. All exhibits must remain with the board. Exhibits were required to be provided to the clerk no later than 12 p.m. on Monday, December 7th, in order to be considered at this hearing. If your case is not appealed to Superior Court, after 30 days, you may pick them up or they will be destroyed. If you feel there is a conflict of interest of any member of the board or an association that would prejudice your case, please let me know at the start of your case. The board is acting as in a quasi-judicial capacity for purposes of this hearing and can only accept sworn testimony. While the board will not specifically exclude hearsay evidence, it is only given limited weight. The North Carolina State Bar has issued an advisory opinion that it is the unauthorized practice of law for an individual who is not an active member of the bar to appear for another or otherwise assist or represent another at quasi-judicial hearings on zoning and land use matters. All applicants should have been provided with a copy of that advisory opinion as part of the application packet. If you are a property owner or a non-lawyer here on behalf of a property owner and have not received a copy of that opinion, please use the WebEx platform function to message the clerk and the documents will be provided to you. If, as a result of this advisory opinion, the applicant would like to request a continuance of his or her case, the board will consider such request at the start of that case. Appeal from this board is to the Mecklenburg County Superior Court. You have 30 days from the date of the board's written decision in which to appeal in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 160A-388E. In order to receive a written copy of the decision, any aggrieved party must file a written request or a copy of the board's decision by filling out the form, which must be filed with the board's clerk or chairperson at the time of the hearing of the case. Please remember to mute your microphone when you do not intend to speak. We will hear 9 cases today, 5 recommendation agenda items, 3 regular agenda items, and 1 appeal. The first case is case number 2020-105 for the property for the property located at 6012 Charred Pine Circle, presented by Lisa McCarter. Max, are there anybody who opposes this case?
There were no objections for this case.
Okay. Lisa and Shad, we need to get you two sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
AJ Hudson here, representative for the applicant. Wasn't sure if I needed to be sworn as well.
No, sir. Attorneys, you're an attorney?
That's correct.
Yeah, attorneys do not need to be sworn in.
Understood.
Thank you, though.
All right, our first case is case number 2020-105. It's a residential rear yard variance. And the applicant is requesting a 6-foot variance from the required rear yard for zoning compliance of an existing home. And I'll give you a minute to look over your findings.
Go ahead, Lisa.
All right, Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the subject property. Exhibit 2 is a zone map Zoning is zoned R3 single family. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the property. And Exhibit 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. Exhibit 5 is the background of the property. The property was subdivided in 1981, and the home on the property was built in 1982. At the time that the home was built on the property, the zoning ordinance at that time required a 50-foot rear yard. Now, the current requirement is a 45-foot rear yard. It's got a 5.05-foot encroachment into that 45-foot rear yard that exists today. So the applicant is asking for a variance of 6 feet for a 39-foot rear yard to bring that home that was built in 82 into compliance. And it wasn't a non-conforming structure because that's something that complied with the ordinance at the time it was built. And this one somehow does not comply with either the old regulations or the current regulations. Exhibit number 7 is considerations. Staff supports the proposed request. The hardship was not created by the applicant. The encroachment has existed since 1982. The property is located on the bulb of a cul-de-sac, and the front of the property is angled, giving an irregular building footprint. The requested variance is in character with the neighborhood. It's not easily detected. It's been there a while. It won't impact public safety. And exhibit number 8 is some photos of the property. You can see the side yard with the garage. That's the rear yard area there with the shed, sorry. And then the front yard, you can see how it's angled at the corner of Old Hickory and Charred Pine. So that's my presentation. If you had any questions?
All right, thank you, Lisa. Max, just to confirm for the court reporter, there is nobody to speak in opposition, correct?
That is correct. No one signed up to speak in opposition, and I do not believe anyone on the call is opposed to this case.
Okay. Is there any reason from the board that we wouldn't want to move this to a regular agenda? Okay. Hearing none, are there any questions for staff? I think all the board members are on mute.
I don't see any reason not to approve this. I mean, it's built in 82 and it doesn't impact, I can't see any impact that is negative. So Dryden votes yes to approve this request.
We need to have a motion first, though.
Okay, I make a motion to approve this request. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson.
All right, we have a motion by Mrs. Dryden. Is there a second?
This is Brown. Second.
All right, for this case, I'm sorry, I should have said this before. Let's go with myself, Terry, Mr. Brown, Mrs. Dryden, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Floyd. Just so we have the 5. So we have a motion by Mrs. Dryden to approve the variance, a second by Mr. Brown. Let's take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Wilson, yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Floyd, yes.
Sanderson, yes. So it is approved. Okay, let's take a look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law. I didn't see any comments or any changes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Powers.
I did see a couple of issues if you want to consider these amendments. Number 21, it says the encroachment is a minor encroachment of approximately 5 feet. However, the variance request is 6 feet.
Okay, yeah, so
So-
okay,
And then second, in number 22, it says the conditions peculiar to the property. I would say the conditions are peculiar to the property.
okay,
So those are the two that I saw in regards to potential edits to your letter.
all right, thank you, Mr. Powers.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or revisions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as amended?
I make a motion that we approve the findings and facts of laws as amended.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Wilson. Is there a second?
This is Brown, second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Wilson to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as amended, and a second by Mr. Brown. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Wilson,
Wilson, yes.
Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden, Mr. Floyd,
Floyd, yes.
Sanderson, yes. So those are approved. All right, the next case is case number 2020-106. Do we have any conflict of interest from any board members? I guess I should ask that too. Okay, so for this case, to be myself, Mr. Brown, Mrs. Dryden, Mr. Wilson, and Miss Allen, can you participate on this case?
Can.
Okay. All right, Lisa.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. Powers.
let me just say to all the members of the board, it would be preferable that you have your actual videos on. If you are having any technical issues in regards to, your bandwidth or your Wi-Fi and cannot have your actual video on, please just let us know so we can make sure we note that for the record. But we want to make sure that you're able to not only see the information, but also the public could be able to see you as well in that regard. So I just want to give you just that word of advice. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Powers, I'm going to be going back to turn the video and sound off since I'm using my phone right now during the presentation, but then I'll come back on after the presentation. Is that okay?
That's fine.
I'm
so
trying to
what-
save battery life on my phone right now.
Understood. That's what we wanted you actually to indicate that. So at least individuals that know that you're still participating, but there's a reason why you're doing what you're doing. That's all we're asking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, case number 2020-106 is a residential rear yard variance request. The applicant is requesting an 8-foot variance from the required rear yard for zoning compliance of an existing home addition. And I'll give you a minute to look over your findings. So while they're installing that, does
Lisa. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Exhibit number 1 is a vicinity map of the property. Exhibit number 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is located in the manufactured housing district, and it's not an overlay, it's just the main district. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the property. And Exhibit 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. Exhibit 5 is background of the property. The property was subdivided in 1968 and is shown as Lot 65 with the red star. In 2012, the applicant applied for a permit for an addition to a manufactured home on the lot. Exhibit number 6 is further background. You can see the addition difference from the 2002 aerial to the 2019 aerial. After the permit was issued for the addition and the addition was built, the applicant removed the manufactured home from the property. And throughout this permitting, no plans or certificate of occupancy is actually required from zoning by the LUISA, the Land Use Environmental Services Agency, since it is a manufactured home. So then once the manufactured home was removed, the addition became the principal dwelling unit on the property. Exhibit number 7 is the variance request for the property. The property owner wanted to close out her permit, and she got an as-built survey, and that's when she found out that her rear yard is 27.38 feet from the rear property line. The manufactured home district does require R5 standards, which is a 35-foot minimum rear yard. So the applicant is requesting a variance of 8 foot to allow that 27-foot rear yard. Exhibit number 8 is some considerations. Staff supports the requested variance. The requested variance would bring the existing structure into compliance. There is a 50-foot colonial pipeline right-of-way that runs through, taking up about half of the property. And you can see it's that dashed line that runs through the middle of the property. So all of that property cannot be used for the principal structure. This makes an angled property line and building footprint that they have. And so there's more room to build in the back within the building footprint. Exhibit number 9 is consideration of the rear porch encroachment. You can see highlighted in green that the porch is actually 23.4 feet from the rear yard. If the 27-foot rear yard is granted, then that would fall within the 25% allowance for porch encroachments, which would allow up to 6.75 feet, and that porch is 5 feet in depth. Exhibit number 10 is a photo of the property. And that is my presentation if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Max, is there anybody that signed up to speak in opposition to this case?
No one signed up to speak either for or against this case.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the board for Lisa? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to approve or deny the variance?
This is Brown. Motion to approve the variance.
Okay.
Dryden second. Dryden
All right,
second.
thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Brown to approve the variance, a second by Mrs. Dryden. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Brown,
Sorry, I was on mute. Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Wilson, yes.
Miss Allen,
Allen, yes.
Sanderson, yes. So it's approved. Let's take a look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law. The only thing I saw was on number 2 of the findings of fact. It should read, the site is located at 1727 Poplar Crest Lane. Other than that, I didn't see anything else. Did you, Thomas, or anybody else?
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would recommend is probably putting a comma on number 9 where it says since that time, comma, the original manufactured home. And then also on number 11, a survey dated September 29, 2020, comma, shows the established rear yard.
Okay,
There's only 2 that I saw in addition to your proposed edit.
thank you. Okay, is there any other comments from the board or a motion?
Dryden makes a motion to accept the finding of facts and conclusions of law as amended.
Thank you, Mrs. Dryden. We have a second.
This is Brown. I second.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Let's take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Wilson, yes.
Miss Allen,
Allen, yes.
Sanderson, yes. So those are approved. The next case is case number 2020-108 for the property located at 2701 Picardy Place. For this case, Mr. Floyd, can you sit in for Mr. Wilson?
I actually have a conflict on this case.
Okay, then we'll do the same as the last case. It'll be myself, Mr. Brown, Mrs. Dryden, Mr. Wilson, and Miss Allen.
All right,
All
case
right,
number
Lisa.
Okay, case number 2020-108 is a residential rear yard variance. The applicant is requesting a 7-foot rear yard variance from the required rear yard to allow a second-story addition over an existing non-conforming structure within the established rear yard. And I'll give you a minute to look at your findings.
Go ahead, please.
Exhibit number 1 is a vicinity map of the property. Exhibit number 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned R4 single family. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map of the property. Exhibit number 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. The property was subdivided in 1936, and you can see it on the plat where the red star is located. The home on the property was built in 1960. Exhibit number 6 is the variance request. The required rear yard for the property is 40 feet, and there's an established 33.8-foot rear yard, and that is existing nonconforming encroachment. The applicant is requesting a variance to use that footprint and build a second story over the kitchen. And so he's requesting 7 feet from the required 40-foot rear yard, and that would allow that 33-foot to come into compliance. Exhibit number 7 is considerations. Staff supports the requested variance. It's not an action taken by the applicant. It's an existing non-conforming structure. The requested variance is not easily detectable because the rear of the property backs up to a golf course, and also the street side yard dead ends into that golf course. The requested variance is in keeping with the neighborhood character. It does not exceed the established rear yard, and it doesn't impact public safety. And exhibit number 8 is photos of the property. On the right side, you can see back into the back where it backs up to the golf course. And that's the dead end street side yard that you're seeing. And that's my presentation if you have any questions.
All right, sorry, I'm coming back. I'm unmuting myself. Thank you, Lisa. Max, are there any anybody sign up to speak for or against this case?
There is no one signed up for or against this case.
Okay. Any questions for staff from the board?
So this is Emma. Are we, by allowing to have an additional variant, making the non-compliant piece worse?
Is that a question for staff?
It's a question. I didn't answer.
Okay, it's not furthering the encroachment. It's using the existing rear yard that's already there, so they won't be extending that any.
Your question, Ms. Allen?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve this variance, Dryden.
Wilson, second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Dryden to approve the variance. Second by Mr. Wilson. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Dryden.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Wilson, yes.
Ms. Allen.
Allen, yes.
Mr. Brown.
Brown, yes.
Anderson, yes. So it's approved. Take a look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law. I didn't see anything on this one. I may have missed a punctuation though. Thomas seems to be an eagle eye for that.
Mr. Chair, I can barely hear you. So I just want to make sure you just are aware of that.
I didn't hear anything. I'm just trying to get tired.
Is this better?
Yeah. Can everybody else hear the chair?
I can hear.
It's very hard to hear.
Okay.
I'll do my best. Is this better? I apologize. I'm having
It's
technology.
really better.
All right. So, are there any other any other revisions to the findings of fact and conclusions of law? I think there's some people that are unmuted other than the board members.
I'll go through and mute everyone.
Thank you.
Max, you would need to actually mute Marcelo Halpern. That's the one that needs to be actually muted.
Got it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Is that better?
Yes, sir, it is. At least on my end, I can hear you now clear.
All right. Okay, so is there, if we don't have a motion, if we don't have any other revisions to the findings of fact and conclusions of law, is there a motion to approve them?
Motion to approve.
Dryden seconds.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Brown to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as written. A second by Mrs. Dryden. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Wilson, yes.
Ms. Allen,
Allen, yes.
Anderson, yes. Those are approved. Okay, our next case is case number 2020-110 for the property located at 1153 Crestbrook Drive. Are there any conflicts from the board for this case?
Mr. Chair, I don't have a conflict, but my WebEx is kind of slowing down and glitching. So if I can restart and somebody else take over on this one while I reboot my WebEx so I can try to figure this out.
Okay, John, can you sit in on this case?
Yes, I can.
All right, so it'll be myself, Mrs. Dryden, Mr. Wilson, Ms. Allen, and Mr. Floyd. All right, Lisa.
Okay. Case number 2020-110. The applicant is requesting a 5-foot variance from the required accessory side yard for an existing garage. And I'll give you a minute to look over your findings.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead and proceed, please.
Exhibit number 1 is a vicinity map of the subject property. Exhibit number 2 is a zoning map. The property is zoned R3 single family, and I put a little additional information here because although the zoning doesn't change right at the side property line, it is the development boundary for the Strawberry Hill multifamily development. So it's not common open space for that neighborhood or anything. It is the kind of treed area, common open space for the Strawberry Hill development. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map of the property. Exhibit number 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. Exhibit number 5 is a background of the property. The home on the property was built in 1963, and in 2004, the applicant obtained a garage permit. On the garage permit, it noted that the side yard was 3 feet on either side. Exhibit number 6 is the variance request. The applicant was going to sell their property, and a survey was commissioned for the sale, and it was discovered that the garage was actually 1 foot from the property line. For accessory structures, if they're located behind the rear building wall, then that's the established rear yard area, and that would be a 3-foot setback from either side. However, the property is, the way the home is shaped, it's an L shape. So the garage is actually located to the side of the home. So it would have to observe the principal structure setback of 6 feet in the R3 district. So they've got 1 foot. So the applicant wants to come into compliance, and they're requesting a 5-foot variance from the required 6-foot side yard to allow that 1 foot setback. Exhibit number 7 is considerations. Staff supports the requested variance. The hardship is not a result of actions taken by the applicant. The applicants were not actually aware of the encroachment prior to the recent survey. The requested variance is not easy to detect. The rear of the property backs up to a religious institution with vegetative screening, and the right side yard abuts to the multifamily development, also with vegetative screening. The property is located on the bulb of a cul-de-sac, and there's vegetation along the right-of-way, so you can't see that garage until you're right at the end of that bulb of the cul-de-sac. The requested variance is in keeping with the neighborhood character. The hardship results from conditions peculiar to the property. The home is that L-shaped configuration, which increases the established side yard area, and it decreases the established rear yard where you would have the 3-foot side setback. The requested variance will also not impact public safety. Exhibit number 8 is photos of the property. So this first one on the left is when you're almost to the end of the cul-de-sac, and the garage is behind that large tree in the middle. And then the middle picture is when you're right on the end of the cul-de-sac, right in front of the driveway. So that's when you can see the garage. So that's all I had. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Max, has anybody signed up to speak for or against this case?
There is no one signed up to speak for or against.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the board or staff? A motion to approve the variance.
I move that we
I
approve.
make a motion to approve.
So I heard one from Mr. Wilson and one from Mrs. Dryden.
Mr. I'll do the second. Dryden will do the second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Wilson to approve the variance and a second by Mrs. Dryden. Let's take a roll call vote. Mr. Wilson.
Wilson, yes.
Dryden. And Ms. Allen.
Allen, yes.
Mr. Floyd.
Floyd, yes.
Yes. It's approved. Let's look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law. I did not see any changes. Powers, did you notice any revisions?
I only saw one, and that was on number 13, which was adding a comma at the 2020, but that was it.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what the change was.
Yes, it was adding a comma on number 13 after October 2020, October 22nd, comma, 2020, comma.
Got it. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as amended?
This is Dryden. I make a motion to approve as amended the finding of facts and conclusions of law.
Is there a second?
This is Emma. Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mrs. Dryden to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as amended, and the second by Ms. Allen. We'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden?
Dryden, yes.
Ms. Allen?
Allen, yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Floyd, yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Wilson, yes.
Anderson, yes. So they're approved. The next case, case number 2020-112 for property located at 2804 Shenandoah Avenue.
Okay, the next case is a residential setback variance.
I'm
And they're
sorry.
requesting 8-foot
I'm sorry
variance
to
from-
interrupt. But Rick, I have a conflict on this one. This is the last conflict.
Okay. Is Terry back on the call? Okay.
Mr.
Matt.
Chair, if that's the case, we may want to just take a 5-minute recess to allow Mr. Brown to actually rejoin the meeting, and then we could go ahead and kick off the case.
Okay, let's do that. Then let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at around 10:05. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Brown's back.
All right, are we ready to get started?
I think we're ready.
All right, can you see me? Is my video up or not? Because I changed devices.
No, sir. Your video is not up at this time.
All right, I'm going to change back to my other device. Just a second. All right. I know, Mr. Brown, you're back.
Yes, I am.
All right, for this case, we're on case number 2020-112. The property located at 2804 Shenandoah Avenue. It'll be myself, Mrs. Dryden, Mr. Wilson, Ms. Allen, and Mr. Brown. Lisa, I would go ahead and start, please.
Okay. As you said, it's a residential setback variance. The applicant is requesting an 8-foot variance from the required setback to construct a residential structure. And I'll give you a minute to look over your findings.
Lisa, please proceed.
Exhibit number 1 is a vicinity map of the subject property. Exhibit number 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is split zoned, and the very corner of it is zoned O2 office, and the rest is zoned R4 single family. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map of the property. And exhibit 4 is a close-up aerial of the property. The property was subdivided in 2020, and it's a corner lot that has frontage along East Independence Boulevard, as well as Shenandoah and some Rockway right-of-way that's unopened. So there's a 30-foot setback in what would be considered probably the rear of the property along East Independence Boulevard. The applicant is requesting a variance of 8 feet from the 30-foot required setback along East Independence Boulevard to allow a 22-foot setback. The minimum required rear yard setback in the R4 district is 30. So this would get them approximately about 40 foot of lot depth. Exhibit number 7 is considerations. Staff supports the requested variance. The hardship's not caused by the applicant and is particular to the property due to the triangular shape of the lot that gives a irregular building footprint. The lot is bordered by street right-of-way on 3 of its sides, and it's narrower than surrounding lots. The requested variance is not easily detectable because the rear of the property backs up to East Independence Boulevard and a cement wall. The requested variance does not impact public safety and would be in keeping with neighborhood character and allow the lot to be used for single-family home. The lot depth is narrower than surrounding lots, as previously stated. And the lot depth at its deepest measurement is 103 feet. And you can see that most of the other lots are about 140 feet in depth along that street. Exhibit number 9 is the consideration of the building footprint that it will give the applicant of around 40 feet. That's consistent with other home depths along the street, which go from about 28 feet in depth to about 40 feet in depth for the homes on those lots. Exhibit number 10 is a photo of the property. And you can see that the property is vacant, and you can also see the cement wall that's adjacent to this East Independence Boulevard right-of-way. So that's my presentation. If you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Max, was anybody signed up to speak for or against this case?
No one was signed up to speak for or against this case.
Okay, are there any questions from the board for staff?
This is Dryden. I just want to make sure, looking at this picture right here that you have up here, the exhibit 10, the house is going to be closer to the left-hand side of the property, correct?
Correct.
So most of this where these trees are would be side yard for them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Is there a motion to approve or deny the variance?
This is Brown. Motion to approve the variance.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Dryden, second.
We have a motion by Mr. Brown to approve the variance, a second by Mrs. Dryden. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Brown.
Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden.
Dryden, yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Wilson, yes.
Ms. Allen.
Allen, yes.
Anderson, yes. That's approved. Let's take a look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law. I didn't see anything. Mr. Powers, have you seen anything?
No, sir. I have no edits or suggestions.
All right. Thank you.
Dryden, I make a motion to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Wilson, second.
A motion by Mrs. Dryden to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law. The second by Mr. Wilson. We'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden.
Dryden, yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Wilson, yes.
Ms. Allen.
Allen, yes.
Mr. Brown.
Brown, yes.
Anderson, yes. Those are approved. All right, now we're moving into the agenda portion of our meeting. The next case, is there any, is case number 2020-099 for property located at 1824 Hall Avenue. Are there any conflicts from the board?
We have a case before that. It's case number 2020-116.
The regular agenda?
Yes.
As a regular agenda item.
It's a recommended agenda item, it looks like.
On the recommendation agenda, because the agenda that was sent to me just yesterday shows it being on the agenda item.
I'm looking at the one yesterday. I thought this is the one that was sent yesterday, and 2020-116 is on the recommendation.
Okay, well.
It should be on the recommendation.
Same here. I see it.
It's an updated agenda that Max sent yesterday. It's on the recommended agenda that Max sent yesterday.
I must have printed out the one before that. Okay, I apologize. Then we have a recommendation agenda item, case number 2020-116 for property located at 1539 Merriman Avenue. There's a conflict from the board on this one. All right, then it'll be myself, Mr. Brown, Mrs. Dryden, Mr. Floyd, and Mr. Wilson. All right, Lisa.
Okay, this case is a residential street side and rear yard variance. The applicant is requesting 2 variances to bring home additions into compliance, a 10-foot variance from the required rear yard and a 1-foot variance from the required street side yard. And I'll give you a minute to look over your findings.
Okay, Lisa, please proceed.
Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the subject property. Exhibit number 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned R5 and is located in the Wilmore Historic District overlay. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map of the property. The property is a corner property and the rear of the property abuts a 10-foot unopened alleyway. Government exhibit number 4 is an aerial close-up of the property. Exhibit number 5 is background of the property. In 2018, our certificate of appropriateness and building permits were approved for renovations, including the expansion of the front porch and a second story over the rear porch of the home. The building permit noted a minimum rear yard of 35 feet and a minimum street side yard of 10 feet. The preliminary survey submitted with the permit showed that there were 30.7 feet from the home to the rear property line. The ordinance allows the 35-foot rear yard required for the property to be measured from the center line of the alley. So that actually gave them 35.7 feet. So that was in compliance. Slide 6 is further background. In 2020, a certificate of appropriateness and building permits were approved for changes to the front porch addition. The building permit noted the minimum street side yard as 10 feet. An as-built survey of the newly constructed home shows that the distance from the rear building wall to the rear property line is 28.5 feet. And when the additional 5 feet measurements taken from the center line of the alley, the existing rear yard is 33.5 feet. This means there's a 1.5 foot rear actual encroachment of the new home. Staff supports a modified variance request for 1.5 feet, 35-foot required rear yard, and the requested street side yard variance of 1 foot. The applicant has agreed to the modified request. The 1 foot side encroachment and the 1.5 foot rear yard encroachment qualify for an administrative deviation of up to 2 feet that results from an unintentional error during construction. The applicant has, however, chosen to continue with the variance request instead of initiating that administrative deviation process because it will expedite the resolution and he'll get an answer today to come into compliance. Exhibit number 9 is considerations. Staff supports the modified variance request. The hardship is not caused by the applicant. Building permits and a Historic District Commission certificate of appropriateness was obtained for construction. An unintended error occurred during home construction that caused the misplacement. It is actually eligible for an administrative deviation. Hardships that are specific to the property include that the corner lot requires a greater side yard dimension, the alley adjacent to the rear property line giving that additional 5 feet. The requested variances are minor and not easily detectable. They're in keeping with neighborhood character because the Historic District Commission approves them to ensure that they're consistent with the historic guidelines for that local district. Exhibit number 10 is photos of the property. So you're looking at, in the middle, you can see the street side yard. And then on the right side is what you would say is the front of the property. And then over to the left is the street side yard. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Question, Max, has anybody signed up to speak for or against this case?
No one has signed up to speak for or against this case.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a question for staff. Lisa, if I'm looking at this correctly, the applicant is still going to push forward with trying to get a 10-foot variance despite staff's recommendations in this case?
No, the staff has agreed to the 1.5 feet modified request that will just bring what is existing into compliance.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions for staff? If not, is there a motion?
This is Brown. Motion to approve the variance.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Dryden, I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Dryden. We have a motion by Mr. Brown to approve the variance, a second by Mrs. Dryden. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Brown.
Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden.
Yes.
Mr. Floyd.
Floyd, yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Wilson, yes.
Anderson, yes. Let's look at the findings of facts and conclusions of law. I didn't see anything. Mr. Powers, did you see anything?
Not offhand, sir.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law?
Dryden, I make a motion to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law.
Thank you.
Wilson, second.
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Floyd?
I was just going to second, but
Okay. We have a motion by Mrs. Dryden to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as written. A second by Mr. Wilson. We'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden?
Dryden, yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Wilson, yes.
Floyd, Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Anderson, yes. Those are approved. All right. So now I think we're on to the regular agenda item, case number 2020-099 for the property located at 1824 Hall Avenue. Max, is there anybody who will be speaking for the applicant that needs to be sworn in?
Yes, there is. I will make them panelists now. There's Miss Murray, Miss Susan Murray, and I believe that's it for the applicant at the moment.
I'm here.
Okay. Ms. Murray, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand in this case?
I do.
Thank you. And when we get to your part, before you start speaking, if you could, please say your name and your address for the court reporter.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Lisa, go ahead.
Okay, Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the property. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned R22 multifamily, and it's adjacent to R5 single-family residential properties across Nandina and Hall. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map of the property. And exhibit number 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. The issue in question is the deck on the rear of the home, and you can see that deck in the close-up aerial. Exhibit number 5 shows that in 2020, a deck was constructed on the rear of the home. So in the top left, you see there was an original deck in the rear, and then in 2020, that deck was expanded.
When did you do that?
Exhibit number 6 is the background of the property. In September 10th of 2020, a code enforcement officer made a field observation of the new deck construction and issued a notice of violation because no permitting was obtained and the size of the structure exceeded the size permitted for that district. Exhibit number 7 is the variance request. The applicant extended the size of their previous compliant deck that can be seen on a 2020 survey. With the 25% rear yard deck encroachment allowance, they can actually encroach 5 feet into that 20-foot rear yard. So previously the deck was compliant. They added in 2020, what added to the back of the deck went all the way to 4.4 feet from the rear of the property line. The applicant is requesting a variance of 55% from the 25% rear yard encroachment allowance to allow an 80% encroachment into the 20-foot rear yard. So this would allow about 16 feet to the rear yard. Exhibit number 8 is considerations. Staff finds the requested variance does not meet the zoning ordinance criteria to be granted. The hardships caused by the applicant because the previous deck was compliant with zoning. The hardship's not peculiar to the property and results from personal circumstances and conditions common to the neighborhood. A 20-foot rear yard and maximum deck encroachment of 5 feet into the rear yard is shared by all single-family dwellings in the R22 multifamily district. The requested variance is easily detectable because the size of the deck going to 4.4 feet from the rear abutting property is substantial, and the topography such that it's elevated, giving the deck increased visibility. The requested variance is not in keeping with neighborhood character. Exhibit number 9 is a consideration of the topography of the property, which causes increased visibility. So you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, the topography changes, and it changes from about 15 feet back there. And exhibit number 10 is a photo of the front of the property. And that's my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Are there any questions for staff from the board? Hearing none, is there any questions from Mrs. Murray? Are you having any questions for staff?
Yes, well, can I make a few, excuse me.
You're going to have a chance to.
Mr. Murray,
You're going to have a chance to.
Can, my name is
Just a
Susan.
second. You're going to have a chance to make your case in just a minute.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Here. Okay. Go ahead and present your case, Mrs. Murray, and state your name and address, and I'm going to go on mute so I don't talk over you.
Okay. Susan Murray, I'm the owner of 1824 Hall Avenue. I'd like to make a few corrections here. I bought this property in 2019 from my daughter. The deck was built in 2018. And at the time that I bought the property, I had no reason to believe that anything was not in compliance with the zoning. So I had no knowledge that the deck had been built without a building permit. And just to be fair to my family, my daughter and her husband, they were not told by their contractor that they needed a building permit. And they did work with a licensed contractor. He has since denied that he did that, but we don't have any recording of that one way or the other. So in that sense, it was not, I did not cause this. It was something that was already there when I got there. So in terms of the area, if you look at the area, all of the lots in the area are very large, with the exception of 3 small lots. Our house, the house next to us, and the one next to that one. And all 3 of these houses have drainage issues. We are unable to have any kind of usable outdoor space because we can't build down below the hill. Water runs off down to a city culvert down on the street 2 below us. And so the flooding means that you can't have any landscaping, and it's really not a usable area back there. To go back to the size of these very small lots, for these small lots, the 20-foot setback is punitive. Everybody else in that area has much larger lots, and so I don't really know that that zoning is 100% fair there. So trying to do, firstly, as I said, the deck was already there when I bought the house. Should have had an inspection done. It was my fault. I didn't because I knew and trusted the sellers. So what we're trying to do is to ameliorate the situation. I mean, I do think that the existing little porch that was back there was not really usable. It was just a landing to some steps down to below. We would like to have a space out there that we can use. It doesn't have to be that big. I'd take something, if you want to chop it off a bit, but that is what the existing one is. And so basically that's our case there. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions for the applicant from the board?
This is Terry Brown. You said you purchased the property in 2019 or 2009?
2019. It was bought in 20. My daughter.
This is Mr. Sanderson. And the deck was expanded by your daughter and her husband?
Correct.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Ms. Murray, is it my understanding that you would be willing to tear this deck down and create a smaller deck that didn't encroach?
I would,
As part of this?
if it did not encroach as far, yes, obviously, if I have to take the deck down, I will. We would like to have a usable deck space back there. If you were able to give me, 5 feet more or 10 feet more, something like that, over 5 feet, that would be great. I mean, my sense is that because the contractor didn't pull a building permit, we may have to make changes.
Have you spoken to staff about what the exact specification would be if you did have to tear it down? Have you all spoken about that?
No, not really. We didn't, they were just like, we'd have to go back to 5 feet.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
So let me just go ahead and just say to your question, if you believe that this potential amendment to the variance request would have a material impact on your decision-making, I would advise you that it may be more pertinent for the board to actually continue this hearing and ask the staff to look at and evaluate whether they may support a reduced variance or whether there may be an alternate request. That may help to alleviate some of this decision making and maybe some of the opposition, or the staff may come back saying, for option 1, we do not support, and option 2, we do not support. But at least you'll have a firm position of staff based on that analysis.
Yep, that was my thought process as well. Is this something that we might be able to hold off on making a decision today, because it doesn't seem like there's communication with staff and the applicant thus far.
This is Dryden. I would like to see that too. I would like to see that Ms. Murray and staff discuss this and to staff make a recommendation because of I'm looking at the pictures that the applicant submitted of the land underneath the deck. And I can see where it looks very unusable because of the way that it drains. But I would like something more firm as a negotiation. Would the city consider something? Would staff consider a shorter deck? I don't like it that it encroaches within 4 feet of the property line. That's just way too much. I agree with that.
This is Douglas Wilson. I also agree with Mr. Brown's assessment and Mrs. Driver's assessment as well. I'll be holding this off, maybe the best course of action for this case.
And Mr. Powers and maybe Ray, I guess this question is to the two of you. If we remanded this back to staff to look at it, is there anything that Shad and his staff can actually approve without coming back to the board for this, seeing that it's already at the 25%? I'm trying to leave. If we need to continue it, that's fine. If we send it back to staff and Shad and staff say there's nothing that we can do outside the 25%, it has to come back to the board, then we should go ahead and make that decision today versus putting this off for another month. I'm just trying to find out if that's the case, and that's why I throw it to you, Thomas, and you, Creed. That's going to be the case that they can't do anything because of the way the zoning ordinance is written. If Shad doesn't have the ability to make that decision unilaterally, and it's still going to come back, then we should go ahead and proceed to make a decision of some type today. So that's what I'm trying to find out the legalities of it.
Mr. Chair, I would turn that question over to Rehagler Gray as to whether or not Shad would have any ability above the 5% encroachment, and then I can weigh in on the other aspect.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd actually, I know that Shad was reviewing something just now. So Shad, can you weigh in about your administrative ability?
Yeah, the zoning ordinance delegates the zone administrator to grant a 5% administrative deviation when there's typographical issues, and then a 2-foot administrative deviation if there was an inadvertent error that occurred. So based on that, it would be very minimal that we could do at an administrative level because it would probably qualify as the 5%.
5% of the total difference or 5% of the remaining outside the 25?
We would say, so they're able to have a 25% encroachment into the required rear yard, which is a 5-foot encroachment, which then, so we'd probably say they would have an additional encroachment of 5% of that remaining 15 feet. So whatever 5% of 15 feet would be.
It's less than a foot.
Now, I do know we have opposition signed up to speak, so I didn't know if you, I mean, I know you're looking at maybe entertaining, continuing this hearing, but I don't know if you'd want to listen to the opposition before any other actions.
We'll get to the opposition. I just wanted to, if you can administratively only approve a half a foot or 2 feet at most, I was trying to figure that out. If it was small enough that it really didn't make an effect for the property owner, then the board needs to go ahead and hear obviously the opposition, but the board would need to make a decision because I don't think the 2 feet would have sufficed for what the property owner was looking for. So, Mr. Bowers, you wanted to chime in now?
So, Mr. Chair, in regards to
This,
the actual
John
issues.
Floyd, can I just,
Go ahead, Mr. Floyd.
yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, even if the administrator can't can't do anything, I would say, a variance that results in the deck being 4 feet from the property line is much different than some other proposal that the applicant might be able to present if we were to continue the case. So it's something that the administrator might not be able to recommend. The applicant is willing to make some concessions, alternative that the board could consider. I think that might justify continuing the case regardless of whether or not something that's in the administrator's power.
That was along the same lines I was saying, that I know that we've had cases that come before our body before where there hasn't been the communication with the zoning administrator and the applicant, and it might not be within the administrative bodies, but they might be able to steer the applicant in a different way that wouldn't give them a final disposition that we would be rendering that would negatively affect them later on down the line as well.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, in regards to your question, this is the issues I think that will need to be addressed by the board, the applicant, as well as the staff in that regard. Right now, you have a current request that's before you. If you wish to move forward, it will be based on the actual request at this time. Now, if the applicant, based on the applicant's testimony, has expressed that they're willing to consider a different type of variance, which will be smaller than what they're currently requesting, that does open up issues and questions of due process as to really what is the amount of the variance, because that is not really officially defined or determined by the applicant, because they've only expressed that they're willing to do something smaller. Staff has not really had an opportunity to understand and address the actual newly revised option for a variance request. And also, any person of the public who is wanting to speak on this does not really have the opportunity to address this amended request or second request because of the undefined nature of that. So I do kind of give you just that understanding that on the second request that the applicant has brought forth, I do have concerns that those individuals who want to speak against the against the actual request may not be able to fully and accurately speak on it just because they don't understand what the new request could be. So with that being said, I think there's two options I would recommend to the board. Option one is if you believe that there is an imperative to postpone the case for the staff as well as the applicant to address a potential revised variance, that is path one, in which case you would just move to continue the case and allow staff to take care of this over the next 30 days. And then those that may be opposed could be brought to speed on this new variance request. Option two is that you will just move forward with the current case at the current request and make a determination at this time. Now, the aspect is if you move forward with the case at this time, you are only addressing the requirements and the request and the facts at this time. So the applicant comes back with a new variance request that is smaller than the first one. You would have to evaluate that request based on the facts at that time in that instance. If they come back with the exact same request, then automatically you could not consider it. But if they come back with a different request, so to speak, and show maybe why this request is appropriate, that can open up the door for you to evaluate that different request later on for this board.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Can I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Hager-Gray.
I think it's possible for the board to consider a smaller variance if they would like. I don't know. I believe that's within the board's jurisdiction. At this point, you are not required to request you are not required to approve the exact variance that's requested. You do have the authority to grant something smaller if you so choose.
Thank you.
I agree with Ms. Hager-Gray. Sorry, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Powers.
I was going to say I agree with Ms. Hager-Gray as well. I think that is also an option if you wish to consider a smaller request. I just worry that compared to our other type of cases, when we had those discussions, the applicant or the applicant's representative is able to definitively say, I'm willing to amend it to X with a confidence and a definitiveness. However, I think the applicant in this instance has not necessarily done that. So that's I think you need to hone in and address questions with the applicant as part of your discussions if you wish to go ahead and consider that case and the amended request as of today.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. I think the way the board's leaning, it sounds like that the board would prefer to continue the case to let the applicant figure out what their options are and then present those to staff. And then if those options are approvable administratively by staff, and it would come back before the board. So is that the way I'm hearing the board?
Well, if we're not going to continue it, I think we should give the people who are opposed a chance to speak today.
Yes, we will.
They're speaking about this particular variance. I don't want to leave in the air right now for this variance that I vote to disapprove. If the comes to come back and get with staff and see come with some information about a small deck, then we will have to allow those against the deck altogether a chance to speak. I will be fair to everyone when you continue this.
I agree with you. I think for what's before the board right now, we have two options currently right now in this hearing. We can proceed with the hearing and hear the opposition and then make a decision, or we can make a recommendation to continue this case, at which point we let the applicant make see if they have any revisions to their request, their variance. That can go to staff, and then people that oppose or for it to have time to look at the requested revised variance. And then at the next hearing, hopefully next month, if it can happen between by that time, then all parties involved, the applicant, staff, and anybody opposed or for it would have their voice heard in front of the board. So I think those are our two options right now. If the board wants to go ahead and request a continuance, then we should do that. If the board wants to continue and let's hear the people who wish to speak in opposition or for it, then we should go ahead and do that. I just need direction I'm asking for a little bit of direction from the board how you want to proceed so we can keep this hearing moving.
Mr. Chair, my suggestion would be that you get some clarification from the applicant. I heard the applicant say that she would consider a smaller variance. I did not hear her say that she wanted to amend her variance. So my suggestion would be to get some clarification from her.
Okay. Ms. Murray, you've heard our internal discussions right now at this point. What are your thoughts? How you want to proceed with your variance as it stands?
No, I think we would prefer to. I think that there are things we can do to ameliorate some of the, including maybe having it half the size and lowered so that it's not visible from the street level. Why can't you have it lower? You have to put a step down. Anyway, so those are things that, I would need some guidance from staff as to or from you as to what area you're thinking would be acceptable, so that I could decide how to proceed from here.
That would be from staff. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Murray. So,
thank you.
The board members, you have any comments based upon that?
This is John Floyd. My inclination would be to continue and let the applicant come back with a new variance if it so chooses.
Yep, that was what I was going to say. I motioned for continuance do we need to give a specific time frame, Thomas, or?
And if you do not put an actual date on it, it will be placed on next month's agenda unless the applicant withdraws their actual variance request.
All right. I move to continue this matter until a time in the future.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Brown, would you consider allowing staff to hear from the opposition so that they have an idea going forward of the type things that the neighbors are concerned about?
Can we actually make a motion first? I mean, can we actually do the motion without hearing from the opposition? Do we have to hear from the opposition first before we make the motion?
So to your request, Ms. Hagler-Gray is asking on behalf of the staff to hear from opposition. You are authorized to go ahead and say, I want to just go ahead and take the motion and vote on the motion at this time. If the motion were approved, the hearing is recessed irrespective of the opposition's commentary. But you can also accept Ms. Hagler-Gray's request and say, we will vote on it and still allow the opposition. But once the opposition has completed their statements, the hearing is recessed thereafter.
Okay.
That is your call how you wish to proceed. Legally, I can't tell you which way to go, but if you wish to go ahead and close that out immediately, you can, but you can also consider Ms. Hagler-Gray's request. Even if you take this motion at this moment, you can go ahead and do it.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would advise that we at least hear from the opposition before we close out this case, so staff will have some background as well as the applicant on how to make changes.
Okay. I agree with you. We can hear that. We can hear from the opposition, but we have a motion for Mr. Brown. Is that correct for continuing the case?
I'll withdraw my motion until we hear from the opposition.
Okay. All right. Well, then, Matt, who has signed up to speak for this case?
To my understanding, no one has signed up to speak for this particular case, but rather for the next case, 2020-100, which is next door 1826. Yes.
We are signed up for, Russell and I signed up for 1824, yes.
Yeah, I have for them.
Oh, sorry, I was confused. So 18, yes.
Point of
sorry, the cases are very similar.
So, as when you say they're very similar, how similar are they? Are they the same? How?
They're next door neighbors, and they're both decks that encroach into the rear yard area substantially.
Okay, but not same applicants or anything like that involved.
No.
Okay. So we have somebody signed up for 1824. Is that correct?
Hi, yes. My name is Yvonne, and I believe Russell is on there as well. We are actually we live at the property 1901 Hamilton, and it's going to be directly behind 1824 Hall Avenue.
Okay, all right. So what I need to do is before you start speaking, I need to have you and you said Russell?
Russell, yes.
On the call as well? All right, before you start, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
I do.
Oh.
Russell, are you on? He's on
Yes,
there he is.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. All right, thank you. All right, and before you start speaking for the court reporter, please state your name and your address, and then you can go ahead and provide your comment.
Absolutely. Russell Greenlees at 1901 Hamilton Place. As Yvonne said earlier, it's a property that backs up to 1824 Hall. I believe she submitted pictures, which you guys should see on your screen, that show the large size of the deck and the height at which it sits leads directly into our property. We both feel it's just a huge invasion of privacy, and I believe from what the board has stated, the fact that it's just a little bit further than 4 feet from our property line is within a pretty severe violation. You can see we've taken some efforts to kind of give ourselves some more privacy. That trellis I put up, you can see the height of the deck. It's just not even going to do anything once all that foliage grows in. In addition to the privacy concerns, obviously we think this would negatively affect our property value and resale value when it comes to that point. We understand that Mrs. Murray is possibly open to making some changes to the deck. Of course, we'd be happy to see what she has to propose, but the way the deck stands right now, we just are not in agreement to allow this variance to continue. Yvonne, did you have anything else to say?
Yes, we would also like to add that Miss Murray forgot to mention that she has actually turned the property into an Airbnb, which means that we definitely have no privacy. Every week there's a new family that will come over the deck and start talking to us while we're trying to enjoy ourselves in our backyard. And it's just become a complete, intrusive thing to our backyard and our property.
Okay, Yvonne, will you please state your name and address for the court reporter so she has it?
Sure, it's Yvonne Cruz, and I'm at 1901 Hamilton Place.
All right, thank you. Do you have any other comments?
So as far also, she mentioned that her backyard is unusable, but they actually have a lower deck that they built as well that's a little bit rised up that would help with the flooding. All our backyards flood, and this is just how the neighborhood is. We live on a hill. So I feel like that would be like us building a deck as well. Our backyard floods all the time.
Okay, thank you. All right. Does staff have any final comments or any rebuttal?
No.
And Ms. Murray, do you have any comments or final comments?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right, thank you. The board, what's Mr. Brown, Mr. Floyd? You've heard the comments from the people speaking in opposition. You want to proceed with your motion now, or you want to go ahead and close the hearing and proceed with the case?
This is Dryden. I'd like to see Mr. Brown go ahead and make his motion for a continuance to look at this for the month, so it's on next month's agenda, to see if there's some compromise that we can make to help accommodate the neighborhood and the property owner.
Yep. Yeah, I would like to go ahead and renew my motion to continue this matter until the at least the next month's agenda.
Floyd, I second.
A motion by Mr. Brown to continue the case at least until the January meeting, January 2021 meeting. A second by Mr. Floyd. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Brown.
Brown, yes.
Mr. Floyd.
Floyd, yes.
Mrs. Dryden.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Wilson, yes.
Yes, and yes. So this case is continued until the January meeting, or until the applicant and staff have time to look at it and get it back on the agenda. All right. The next case then is case number 2020-100 for the property located at 1826 Hall Avenue. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, this is a residential accessory rear yard variance. The applicant is requesting a variance of 25% from the 25% encroachment allowance to allow an existing deck to encroach 70% into the required rear yard. And there are also people signed up to speak in opposition of this, and the applicant has a presentation as well. And I'll give you a minute to look at your findings.
Hey, Max, if you can mute everyone, please.
All right, Lisa, whenever you're ready.
Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the property. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned R22 multifamily.
Lisa?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Chair, there was a question that was being asked by a member of the board as to who is participating on this particular case. If we could identify that, please, so that way the board members are aware.
Okay, sorry. For this case, it'll be myself, Mr. Brown, Mr. Floyd, Ms. Dryden, and Ms. Allen. Are you able to sit on this case?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you, Thomas.
Okay. The property is located across Hall Avenue in Nandina, R5. So it is multifamily, directly abutting some single-family residential. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map of the subject property. Exhibit 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. The issue is a deck on the rear of the home, and it's not shown on this photograph. Exhibit 5 is a background of the subject property. In 2020, a deck was permitted for the rear of the home that noted repair replace only, so it didn't trigger any zoning review. The permit was later amended to increase the size of the deck and still somehow did not trigger zoning review. Exhibit number 6 is a notice of violation issued on September 10th, 2020. A code enforcement officer received a complaint regarding the new deck construction and issued the NOV because of the size of the structure exceeding what was allowed in the zoning district.
Did you say December 10th or September 10th?
September 10th.
December. I thought you said December, sorry. It's September?
No. Yeah, September.
Okay.
Slide number 7 is the variance request. The applicant extended the size of their previous compliant deck that can be seen on a survey from April 2020 to approximately 6.5 feet from the rear property line. The applicant requests a variance of 45% from the 25% rear yard encroachment allowance, but a 70% encroachment into the 20-foot rear yard. Exhibit number 8 is considerations. Staff finds the requested variance does not meet the zoning ordinance criteria to be granted. The hardship is caused by the applicant. The previous deck was compliant with zoning. The hardship's not peculiar to the property. The hardship results from personal circumstances and conditions that are common to the neighborhood. A 20-foot rear yard and maximum deck encroachment of 5 feet is shared by all single-family dwellings in the R22 MF. Requested variance is easily detectable because of the size of the deck and the topography of the lot. The requested variance is not in keeping with the neighborhood character. Exhibit number 9 shows the consideration of the topography of the property that causes increased visibility of the deck. And then exhibit number 10 is a photo of the front of the property. And presentation, if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Are there any questions for staff and the board?
Yeah, this is John Floyd. Am I correct? Do I understand correctly that the applicant here did apply for a building permit and the building permit was granted to increase the size of the deck? And for some reason, it just wasn't identified that this was going to create a zoning issue?
So a building permit was issued and it didn't trigger zoning review because it was just normal repair and maintenance, repair and replace. So then the permit was changed, and at that point it should have triggered a zoning review, and it didn't. So yes, it should have triggered a zoning review when it was amended.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff and the board? Next, are the property owners, Jason and Dana, you on the phone, on the meeting?
Dana is on the phone.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Before you get to your part, will you do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
I do.
Thank you. All right. Before you start your case, for your presentation, please state your name and full address for the court reporter.
Dana View, 1826 Hall Avenue.
All right, thank you. Can you go ahead and, if you have any questions for staff, or if you want to go ahead and make your presentation, please begin.
Sure, thank you. So as you saw there, we did hire a contractor and got the building permit, and we were not aware of the variance request, the variance ordinance, excuse me. And our house is on, like the lady before us, Mrs. Murray, our house is on a very, very small lot and not real usable down there. So wanted to build off our existing deck that we already had previously when we purchased the house. Basically, the original structure that was there has the same sight lines as the previous deck, which I'll show you in these next slides here. Lisa, do you mind showing this next slide, please? So we measured out the 5-foot deck that was previous there, and that's just showing the 5 feet. Next slide, please. That is showing the distance that was measured out from where the previous deck was. Okay, next slide. This is showing our vantage point from the previous deck. Next slide. And that's just showing from actually being inside our house. You can kind of just still see everybody's backyard because of the lot sizes in this particular area. Next slide, please. That's to the left. You can also see that person's backyard from the previous deck. Next slide. That is the corner that we're speaking on the last case. That is their vantage point from our previous deck. Next slide. And that is also the corner house standing inside our house. So again, unfortunately, due to the size of our lot, we can pretty much see everybody's house and backyards. And the final slide is the to the right, and that is our neighbor's house. And that is my presentation. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Mrs. Yu. Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none. Max, is there anybody signed up to speak for or against this variant?
Yes, there are 2 people signed up to speak against this variance request.
Are they both in the meeting?
They are, yeah. There's a Elizabeth Sakito and a Rachel.
Okay. Will both of you please listen and answer the question? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
I do.
This is Rachel Demeter. I do.
All right. And before you speak, I'll start with Mr. Kite. Before you speak, please state your name and full address for the court reporter.
My name is Elizabeth Scatino. My name is Elizabeth Scatino, and I live at 1907 Hamilton Place, which is just behind 1826 Hall. The points I wanted to make about the deck. So since June, a lot of changes have been made to the backyard at 1826 Hall that have had a very negative effect on my home life. I want to make it clear that this is not personal, but that I'm here because I feel that I need to be, because this has had such a big effect on my life. And I hope that we can find a resolution that works for everyone and that we can move past this as soon as possible. On the points that I wanted to make about the deck. Number one, the deck was built without a permit originally. That permit, I believe, was obtained after the violation occurred. And obviously the deck was built in violation of the zoning ordinance. You can see in the slides on the left-hand side, the previous structure was really nothing more than a small landing. And there was a lattice with ivy on it that created privacy. The photos that were just shown in the past presentation were all actually from the new deck. And so you can see the old structure there, and really didn't have an issue with privacy because of how small it was and because of the ivy structure there. The second point that I wanted to make is just about how it impacted my quality of life. As I mentioned, it's been a very negative effect. This new structure is quite intrusive. It's entirely too close to the property line. I now have no privacy in my backyard or even in my kitchen. You could see this in photos 3, 4, and 5 on the first slide. It's actually uncomfortable for me to be in my backyard. It feels like there's an observation deck just looming over the yard. And the pictures don't even do sufficient justice to just how undesirable this setup is. And what actually happens is if we're both outside at the same time, it's so uncomfortable because we could hear every word. The dogs are on edge. It usually leads to one of us needing to go inside because it's so uncomfortable. The third point that I wanted to make, if you'll flip to the next slide, is that 3 neighbors' properties and privacy have been affected by this deck. So photos 6 and 7 show the deck from my 2 neighbors on either side of me, Yvonne and Rachel. And what makes it even more intrusive is that it's situated uphill from the homes on Hammerton. So it really changes the entire look and feel of the 3 properties on Hammerton. It not only affects how we can enjoy our backyard, but you can actually see the deck from the front of the house. And you can see that in photo 9. So it really just changes, it just takes away all the privacy, changes the entire feel of the property. My next point is on the issue of drainage, which was claimed as a unique hardship to the home. Drainage, unfortunately, is a problem for all of the homes in this vicinity. It's not unique to the homes on Hall. The homes on Hammerton, which are downhill from Hall, have arguably an even worse situation with standing water and flooding when we have heavy storms. Now, it's not an issue all the time. It's an issue during heavy storms, but I would say that it's not unique to those homes. All of the surrounding homes have the same usability of our ground floor patios. And so I feel that drainage is not a good reason why a variance should be granted to benefit one home and to the detriment of 3 other homes. And related to that point, another point that was made in the application is that the deck is needed because the ground level is not usable. But in fact, the ground floor, which is a concrete patio beneath the deck, is usable space and it's being used regularly. You can see in photo number 8, living area that has been set up there with a TV and a fireplace. It's in use almost daily. And unfortunately, with that patio also being in the setback and being so close to the property line, the noise from the TV can be heard quite loudly by the homes on Hammerton. And it's also pretty disruptive to our lives. And the final point that I want to make is just that small lot size cannot be considered a hardship because the size of the lot is reflected in the purchase price of the home. The limitations of the property are known. They're accepted by the buyer in the purchase. And so, you know, it's not the right of all property owners to have a large backyard with room for a deck. And so I feel that having a small lot is not a viable reason to violate the zoning ordinance, and especially if it causes neighboring properties to suffer a downgrade in their home lives and in their property values. And that's all I had to say today. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Scatino. Are there any questions for Ms. Scatino from the board? All right,
Sorry, this is Dana View again. May I speak again?
Let's go ahead and if you can hold off for a minute, let's go ahead and hear Mrs. Detmer's comments, and then we'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Detmer, please, or Ms. Detmer, please state your name and address for the court reporter, and then make your comments, please.
Yep. My name is Rachel Demeter. I live at 1911 Hamilton Place, which is just kind of chatty corner to the subject property. I just wanted to kind of expand a little bit on what Elizabeth had said. She made some really good points, and mine are pretty much the same. I'm a real estate agent in Charlotte, and so I deal with variance requests all the time from clients, and just my understanding of what I'm actually in favor of a lot of variances, but this just seems different. The hardship seems different than what I've heard from past clients. So the 2 points I really wanted to make and kind of expand on, the standing water is, in my opinion, a separate issue. Just a few months ago, and I'll just read these 2 points, I had a situation with standing water. I spoke at length with my closing attorney, and he actually read me from the law book that said every homeowner has the right to move water away from their home, even if it causes hardship on another homeowner. So that just tells me that, you know, they can alleviate the drainage issue if they'd like to. But to Elizabeth's point, I think that the space is still very usable because they do have the TV down there and they use it quite often. So I don't actually think that that's a reason to grant a variance, or I don't think it's a hardship. And I just think, you know, every house on our street and on Hall Street kind of suffers from being on a hill. So we all have small lots. We all deal with the drainage issues. It is a known fact when purchasing a home, you know, all buyers have the right and the responsibility to obtain a survey and know their rights before purchasing the home. So, you know, they knew that they were, you know, buying a small lot. And in my opinion, that's not really a good reason to grant a variance in this instance.
All right, thank you. Now, is there any, Mrs. View, do you have any questions or comments you want to make?
Yes, I do. And first of all, I wanted to speak in regards to the quality of life that Elizabeth was stating. When we moved in 7 months ago and we had the original deck for over 2 months, we never once saw her in her yard. I've only seen her dog. Couldn't even tell you what she looked like. There's no furniture in her backyard that shows that she even uses the space. Never seen anybody in her backyard ever since I've lived there. So I don't know how that's, the privacy has affected her quality of life when seeing her in her own yard. Second thing I have is we are able to use the downstairs now. The deck does provide cover for rain and stuff like that. So it does not flood in that one particular area. So we are able to use that space now as the deck provides some shielding to the elements. Also, I would like to ask a question about an ordinance if the porch was not attached to the house. What are the laws on that? I know that this has to do with the structure being attached to the house. So what if it was not attached to the house?
I would have to defer that question to staff. So that would have to be a Lisa or a Shad Spencer question. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, if it's detached, it could be 3 feet off the side and rear property line.
Thank you. That's something that we can definitely think about doing, is unattaching it.
Okay, you have any other comments? All right, Lisa, the staff have any final comments they would like to make?
No, not thank you.
Mrs. View, you have any final comments you'd like to make?
Only if we do decide to make it unattached, what would be is there any other type of meeting or anything that we have to go to do that process, or is that something we just handle on our own?
if you build a compliant deck, you could just work with staff and then get a building permit.
Great, thank you.
Based upon that question, would if the property owner is looking into that option, would this variance need to be, I guess this is a question for staff and Thomas, for this variance, do we need to make a decision about this variance, or how do we need to proceed?
Mr. Chair, great question. That was going to be something I was going to raise to the applicant as well. Are they withdrawing their request for a variance, or are they still wanting the board to make a decision on their variance request? Because if they withdraw the request today, then the board lacks jurisdiction, and as such, you will not be able to decide the actual variance. If they are still requesting the board to make a decision, then you can proceed irrespective of this other option.
So Mrs. View, I think that question goes to you.
Yes, so I think what we're going to have to do is withdraw our variance, because I think we're going to want to do a detached porch that's exactly the same but not attached to the house.
That's in compliance with the zoning ordinance.
Correct.
Okay, so Thomas, how do we proceed then?
Well, from my perspective, being that they have verbally announced that they wish to withdraw, the board lacks jurisdiction, and therefore the board cannot even decide on this case one way or the other. I think the best thing I can say is you hereby declare that this case has been withdrawn, and then move on to the next case. I will note one thing for staff would be, I would address Mrs. View's, question or concern as to what is considered to be detached for purposes of the ordinance. And the only reason I mention that is simply because if detached, I want to make sure we do have the correct understanding of what detached means for purposes of the ordinance. So it's not something where you may still have the same exact actual deck, but it is slightly removed or has a slight separation from the house to where the deck is, in that regard. So that's the only thing I would throw out to staff, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. But to the board, being that Ms. View has withdrawn the request, as I said before, you have no jurisdiction, so you can declare this case over. But Ms. View can submit the same request in the future if she so chooses.
All right, based upon that, the property owner has withdrawn the request. So this case is now, I guess, closed for the board. However, based upon, Mr. Powers' comments, I think that the board recommends that the property owner work with staff to make sure that the understanding of what is required of a detached deck is understood by all parties, and that the deck, any proposed deck, would be done within the zoning ordinance. All right, that case is closed then, since it's been withdrawn. The last case that we have is an appeal. Case number 2020-022 for property located at 209 Sylvania Avenue.
Okay, this is a residential appeal where the applicant is appealing the zoning administrator's interpretation that a non-conforming duplex use was changed to a conforming single-family use and cannot be reestablished. And I'll give you a minute to look over your findings.
I'm sorry, can we just get clarification on who is sitting on the board for purposes of this appeal?
Okay, does anybody have any conflict? All right, for this one, let's do myself, Terry, Deborah, John, and Douglas. Let's just stay with the same one stay with that one for this one. Thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Do we have the finding of facts? And I don't have that for this output.
Yeah, Max just sent them out just a couple of minutes ago.
Max, could you send those to me again? I didn't get them for this case. 2020-022.
Yes, I'll send that again.
And Max, if you could mute everyone on the meeting.
Yes, I'll do that.
Mr. Chair, we've muted you.
I'm here.
Okay, just want to double check.
All of my mute. Max hasn't taken that away from me yet.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, Lisa, whenever you want to start.
All right, Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the property. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map. The property is zoned R5 and it abuts some R22 multifamily. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map of the property. Exhibit number 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. Exhibit number 5 is background of the property. The dwelling on the property is listed as single family on Mecklenburg County tax records. Street view photographs that can be accessed back from 2009 show the dwelling on the property is a single family detached dwelling with one front entryway. Exhibit number 6 is further background. In July 2019, a permit was issued for interior renovation upfit of units A and B. The permit was amended later in 2019 and noted to add 2 decks and show as single-family home, not units A and B. Exhibit number 7 is further background. The original home on the property was constructed in 1924, and there's evidence that the home was once used as a duplex in the past, including a second address issued by Mecklenburg County in 1983 and a second front door for the home that was uncovered by siding sometime prior to 2009. If there was previous nonconforming duplex use, it would not be permitted to be reestablished since it has been visibly discontinued for more than 12 months. That's according to the zoning ordinance. A duplex dwelling use would not be permitted on the property now because it's not a corner lot of at least 10,000 square feet in that area. Exhibit number 8 is background. A notice of violation was issued in January in response to a complaint that the subject property was being converted from a single family to a duplex use. And exhibit number 9 is the appeal request. The applicant is requesting an appeal of the zoning administrator's determination that a nonconforming duplex use was changed to a conforming single-family use and cannot be reestablished. The applicant states that the use of the structure has always been a duplex use, and it should be permitted to continue as a duplex dwelling use. That's my presentation. If you have any questions.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. Are there any questions for staff from the board?
We got to the part where it changed from a duplex to a single family. Could you go back to that slide, please?
Is this the one you're talking
about? Yeah. So who did this? Is our county that decided it was single family residential?
Yes, Mecklenburg County assigns the uses and says it was single family residential.
Okay. And that was done when?
Sometime prior to 2009.
Okay,
The
thank
old
you.
records are hard to find because they
Right,
destroy them after. Okay.
After so many years.
Any other questions from the board for staff? Max, is the applicant in the meeting?
Yes, the applicant is in the meeting.
Okay. Princella Witherspoon, you're on the, are they unmuted?
I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Ms. Witherspoon has asked me to assist her in this appeal. My name is Robert Brandon. I live at 9335 Bonnie Briar Circle.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Is Ms. Witherspoon on as well?
She should be. I assume that she's been unmuted, and so she's available. But I've been asked to give a presentation regarding this appeal. If I could.
Before you start, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Powers.
Just before we move forward, I do want to note this, Ms. Witherspoon, it looks like is having video technical troubles. I am noticing that her video is going in and out during the actual meeting itself. So I'm not sure if she's able to fully participate by video. If she can hear me, it may be better just to switch over to audio only if you wish to participate. But I just want to bring to the board's attention that it looks like she's trying to join the meeting, but is having some bandwidth issues, maybe for video.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
All right, Miss Witherspoon, will you do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
Yes, I do.
All right, and before you speak, I guess after Mr. Brandon speaks please state your name and your full address for the court reporter.
My name is Francella Witherspoon. My address is 209 Sylvania Avenue in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you. All right, is Mr. Brandon going to be doing a presentation on your behalf right now?
Yes, sir, he will be.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Brandon, then you can go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. As was noted earlier, this structure was built in 1924. It was built as a two-family dwelling. I don't think that's a point of contention, that it was built as a two-family dwelling. And of course, it was built back in 1924. Whenever it was built, the actual unit, it did have two separate dwelling units. I think if you look at the ordinance definition of what a dwelling unit is a dwelling that consists of a living area, a bathroom, and kitchen facilities to accommodate an individual family within that unit. Mrs. Witherspoon bought this property some years ago, not too long ago, when the zoning came into effect, changing the property to R5 single family. That R5 single family is the zoning for that area. However, it may not really address all the specific uses that were established prior to zoning that are R5. And I think this may be the situation that we're dealing with, where there's some confusion with the current determination of land use, single family residential, where the city or county may have looked at that property and determined that it's a single family use. However, I think at one point in time, the actual unit did have two front doors showing the front entrance to that facility. However, even though you had those two front doors, I think at some point in time, the actual doors was covered, but there was still a side door for access to one of the unit on the side. When Mrs. Withers bought this property, she let her father and her uncle move into that facility. And when doing so, and the reason why she did how it operated was that her father had a brother that was ill, and they wanted to be very close, and they had a close bond. And so they decided they would close up that front, one of those doors, and they put a door that was locked inside of the dividing wall that separated both units, so that he could check on him routinely during the course of his illness. That didn't take away from the fact that in an interior of that structure, where you could not see what was going on, there was still an existing dwelling on each side with a load-bearing wall separating each unit, with each side having its own kitchen, its own bath, its own living area that was separate and apart as required by ordinance definition as a two-family dwelling. This is the issue, I think, where there may have been Mrs. Witherspoon wanted to upfit the actual structure subsequently to her father's demise, and take that frame, the exterior framing off where that front door had been established, and reestablish that front door and make some upfit to that facility. In doing so, it appeared to some individuals that, wow, she's creating a two-family dwelling, a duplex, which from the exterior, looking at that property, someone would make that assumption, and I think this is what it was, an assumption that it was that on the interior, they didn't know how that use was being operated or used, but from the exterior, they saw another door going up on the front and concluded that, oh, she's changing it to a duplex. I want to quote code section 12.201, a definition section for dwelling units. That section on the ordinance says a dwelling unit, a room or combination of rooms designed for year-round habitation, containing a bathroom, a kitchen facilities, and designed as a permanent residence by at least one family. I think that on the interior side of that particular structure, that definition of use has been continuous from the time that building was constructed. And the fact is that the use has not changed. From the exterior, you look at it and you say, wow, somebody put another door in the front door, therefore they're making it a duplex, when in fact, it had already been a duplex and continues to be a duplex. You look at the code section 7.102, non-conforming use, subsection 6. That section states that where a non-conforming use is visibly discontinued for 12 consecutive months, then the use shall not be reestablished or assumed, or any subsequent use of the land or structure shall conform to the requirements of these regulations. Based on that, you said visibly discontinued. But when you look at, most people will look at something from the exterior and say, well, you put another door there, you had only one door there previously. Currently, that once two doors that were there has been visibly discontinued, therefore there is no duplex, it's only a single family dwelling. However, they couldn't see the inside of the dwelling. They didn't know how it was operated, but it has continuously operated as a two-family dwelling. And as a result of that, the actual complaint that someone noticed that maybe it's a change, but in fact of the matter is it has not. It has been a two-family dwelling in that structure since its construction. And that's the issue, and that's why we're seeking that the board would rule in Ms. Witherspoon's favor that her use has not been discontinued, visibly discontinued. No one looked inside of the actual structure to see those two separate kitchens that have been maintained there since its construction. It has separate bathrooms. It has separate living facilities. And as a result, I hope that the board would render in her favor that the use is still a two-family dwelling. Do we have any questions for me?
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Brandon? I have a question for staff, but I mean, I'll wait until we have any questions for Mr. Brandon. Brown or Mr. Floyd, Mr. Wilson, Mrs. Dryden, any questions? I know you're muted, so I was wondering if you had any questions.
I don't have any this time.
Same here, no questions at this time.
All right. Thank you. Chad or Lisa, when the...
I'm sorry, Rick.
I guess when
I'm having trouble getting...
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have trouble getting it off mute. I do have a couple questions for Mr. Brandon.
Okay.
Kept clicking the button and it wouldn't do anything. So, Mr. Brandon, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you saying that throughout the time that Miss Witherspoon's father and brother moved into this property, there were two separate kitchens that were operable in the building?
Absolutely, there were, yes.
And there were at least two separate bathrooms.
Two separate bathrooms. And the separation of each of those units was a load-bearing wall that ran down the center of the actual structure with the same identical, facilities on each side. And that has been maintained since the construction of that building in since 1924.
And so were there still, even though they closed up that door on the porch, was there still a separate entrance from the exterior into each unit?
Yes, sir, it was. You're facing the unit from the street. The one unit on the right had a side entrance door off of that driveway that was there. That was an entrance that he used for primary egress and ingress from the unit. And then on the left side, if you look on the left side, that one door that's there was another entry point to the other dwelling unit. right there, just to the right of that door on that street view, it was a framed in a door that was there at some point in time, some years ago. Mrs. Withers just removed that exterior and reestablished that door that was previously there. And so, but in the meantime, if you look at the street view on the right-hand side, you'll see an actual porch that's there that was used where the driveway goes in, where they use that as an access point on the side. Not in the front, but on just the side that he accessed that from that right-hand side.
Okay. Separate.
I think at some point in time, it did have two separate addresses. I don't have those specific addresses, but they were two separate addresses at one time. Fran, Mrs. Witherspoon, she could probably speak to that issue.
Ms. Witherspoon, do you have anything to add there on the addresses?
When I purchased the property, the address was 209. I was told that there was another address, but it was 209 when I purchased the property. Yeah.
Okay, so when you purchased the property, were there two separate units? Were you the one that added the interior door?
When I purchased the property, it was two separate units, as you can take and see. It was you come in on the front, and that was one unit, and then when you drive up in the driveway, you can enter the other unit from the driveway.
And so were you the one that installed the door between the two units?
I did not install the door between the two units. When I purchased the property, that's the way that it was. The only thing that I done was in the renovation process was me uncovering the siding on the front porch. I added the door back that was removed.
Okay, do you have any knowledge of how the property was used before you purchased it?
Yes, you should have with you that I submitted from the previous owner that owned the property, Ms. Carnes. She had a certified letter statement that when she purchased the property back in the 80s, it was the exact same way that it was when I purchased it. Her husband was on one side, and then she had her kids that resigned on the other side. But that should have been submitted in with my documents.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you, John. Shad or Lisa, now I have two questions for you. When they make a determinant, when I guess the notice of violation was issued by the Housing and Neighborhood Services, do they go in the do you know if they go in the structure before they make that determination, or is that strictly an exterior view saying that it's a single family dwelling versus a duplex?
I'm not sure if they go inside, but it's shown as single family home on the amended permit. So that's what they were going off of.
Okay. And then I guess this is a question for Shad or you, Lisa. If a duplex has a door that connects the two units, is that therefore still a duplex, or is it at that point does it convert to a single family?
Rick, we do have Mark Fowler, who's in the meeting, and he's over at Code Enforcement. He may be able to speak to the inspection process. the information that we received, there was a complaint made from a neighbor, and they're not on this meeting though, and that's the purpose why an NOV was issued, because the neighbor indicated that an inspection needed to be done because the property was being converted to a duplex when, in her opinion, had been a single-family dwelling. So therefore, the code enforcement got involved. There was a letter that was sent by the previous property owner to code enforcement, and maybe Mark can speak to that letter. Basically, and I don't know if we got a copy of it we can send, but it was from Annie Torrance, who was the previous property owner, and she sent it on February 13th of 2020. What it says is, and we can send you a copy of this. It says, it may concern my husband Charles and myself. Annie Torrance purchased 209 Sylvania Avenue in the early 1980s. When we purchased the house, there was a bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, and living room on both sides of the house, the hallway down the middle of the house. There was one door in the front of the house, a door inside between the front hallway and the back doors on both sides of the kitchen. My husband enclosed the back porch, leaving the two kitchen doors open, and added a screen entry to the side of the house after we purchased the property. This is the way the house was, and I sold it to. Okay. Now, then, like I said, we can send this to y'all, so y'all can see it. But there was a lot of questions in this small statement, because it talked about the two kitchen doors were left open. So then does that mean they were interconnected between each of the units, which then made it one single family dwelling rather than two individual units? And then it talks about there was a, let's see, when we purchased the house, there was a bedroom, kitchen, bedroom, and living room on both sides of the house. And then it goes on to say, with a hallway down the middle of the house, there was one door in front of the house and a door inside between the front hallway and the back doors on both sides of the kitchen. So if there was a door inside, it's unclear as to whether or not, you could freely move between one or the other from that front door.
So that's my question. When does the zoning ordinance change it from a duplex to a single family dwelling? Is that when the two individual units are therefore connected and it becomes one, or how is that defined?
Yes, when they're connected. So like in that last sentence where Torrance had stated, my husband enclosed the back porch, leaving the two kitchen doors open. That kind of implies that, well, if the two doors are open, then you can freely move between one unit to the other.
Is that the interior? Is that the interior door that Mr. Floyd is talking about?
I'm not.
I'm just trying to figure out if there's a door that connects the two and it became one at that point based upon the zoning ordinance. Then once it becomes one, you can't break it based upon the zoning ordinance again and the size of the lot and the location of the property. It can't be at that point rebroken back into two. I'm just trying to, that's what we're trying to decide, is that determination. So I'm trying to figure out, and if nobody, has anybody from the zoning or the county or building inspections been in in this building to see exactly what it looks like, to be able to have an answer that the board can use to make a decision.
May I speak to that regard?
Yes, Mr. Brandon. And then I guess we need to hear from Mr. Fowler, but yes, Mr. Brandon.
Speak now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think if you're stating that the fact that on the interior there was one where that a door was provided in the interior, but there was a door there that could be secured, and they still maintain the separation between units. The fact that they could somehow go through the interior to the other side, in my opinion, does not take away the fact that you still don't have those two dwelling units that are there. You got two same structured dwellings that are there.
Call from.
Pardon.
Mr. Brandon, hold on a second. Everybody that is not speaking, please place yourself on mute at this time.
Say again.
I'm not referencing you, Mr. Brandon. Anybody other than Mr. Brandon at this time, please place yourself on mute. We're having a hard time listening to Mr. Brandon's commentary and testimony.
Yeah. What I was referring to is the fact that by having that door in the interior at some point in time for mere conveniences may have been a situation whereas that it allowed someone to have a locked door that was there, but it didn't take away the fact that there were still two individual dwelling units on both sides. They were separate, they were apart, they provide a living facility for each family on each side of there, and that has continuously operated since its conception or the construction of that site. I think the key has been where they're looking at from the exterior and they see something that appears as if it's a single family, which you would find in that area. But once you add that other exterior door back again, it causes suspicion, but the suspicions are really just based on that alone, but not the interior use. The ordinance should be considering, has the actual use been discontinued? And we contend that the use as two-family dwellings is not, because they still have a full-fledged kitchen like the other side. You don't usually find a single-family dwelling with two same kitchens under one roof, on the one level structure such as that. That's the issue. I think someone may have made some broad assumptions that it has been converted to a single family, when in fact, simply because there was a door that was there where it could have I think it was a locked door and it could be open just for mere convenience from one side to the other, but that didn't take away the fact that there were still dwellings on both sides.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Chad, do you have any? I'm just still trying to figure out the answer to my question. If that door is there even being locked, does that door in that wall, that load-bearing wall down the middle of the structure, does that door being present therefore take away the duplex or revoke the duplex definition or not? I'm just curious about that.
And that's why this is before you, because I couldn't make that decision based off of information that we received from the neighbor who stated that she had lived on the street since 1978 and stated that it had been a single family home in use. And then the letter that we received from the previous property owner, which then stated that they left the two kitchen doors open in the back, which to me, that sounds like there was a free flow between the two units, which then combined the two.
But, okay. But nobody from the city has gone into this unit, asked to go into this unit to see it for themselves. Is that correct?
My understanding is, and this is where Mark will have to chime in, is that it was after the fact that they had started renovations is when code enforcement got involved. So if they, and this is, again, this will be Mark to speak to this, but they had already done some modifications.
Okay. All right. Does Mark have anything other than that, what you just stated, to provide? Otherwise, he needs to be sworn in and make his comments known. If everything he's going to tell us is just what you told us, I don't know if there's a reason for the board to hear his comments.
I do have a few comments I can add.
All right, Mark, then please state your name before we get there, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
Yes, I do.
All right, then Mark, please state your name and address for the court reporter and make your comments.
It's Mark Fowler, 2730 Roslyn's Ferry Road here in Charlotte, 28209. So, unfortunately, the inspector that was assigned to this case could not be in the meeting. I've reviewed the case notes and I've reached out to her, but in reading the notes, I cannot determine distinctively if there was a separation. I believe we were pulled into this during the renovation process, and based on the notes, I believe that's when she was there at the property in the midst of the renovation. One of the things that building code requires in the separation of dwelling units is a 1 hour, at a minimum, a 1 hour fire separation requirement. And that is typically done through a continuous wall throughout those two units. There would not be any type of openings between those two units. That is similar to what, when we inspect properties or houses for, actually I just did one recently for a basement that was fully renovated with a kitchen, bedroom, and all the facilities that would need a dwelling unit. However, it was in the main structure. It was had a continuous flow from the upstairs to the downstairs, and it was the communication to the property owner was that could not be used as a separate dwelling unit because it did not meet the building code requirements for fire separation with that 1 hour fire separation. So a duplex is very similar to a accessory dwelling unit in 12.407 of the zoning ordinance, and in that section under 12.407 section 5B, it says the ADU should not be internally accessible from the dwelling unit. So again, a dwelling unit is very similar to an accessory dwelling unit that is attached to the principal structure, in that it requires that fire separation, that 1 hour fire separation. I thought it was interesting to see the old picture. Lisa, if you could go back to that where the front of the building was demolished down to the framing. That appears to be the original construction of that house, and I don't see any new framing members that have been added for that. So when we look at a property and look at historically these photos and street views, that is the kind of nomenclature of a building that we're looking for, is for that door opening. And when you see this picture compared to the current picture or the one prior to the recent modifications, it only shows one door. That leads us to believe that that the previous duplex use was converted to a single family use. And that's all.
All right, thank you, Mark. Are there any questions from the board for staff or from Mark?
I just want to be clear, what Mr. Fowler is saying is because they closed off that front door and put some kind of access on the inside between the two units, then that takes away from the duplex.
That is correct. That would create a free flow from one side of the structure to the other, and therefore that would take away the separation from a two-family unit and then convert it to a one-family unit. It was interesting in the sworn statement of Ms. Torrance was that there was no mention that there was another family living there or any other family members. It was just her and her husband based on the sworn statement from her.
Any other questions? Any other questions for staff?
This is John Floyd. I actually have a couple questions for Mr. Powers.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Powers, 3 questions. One, I guess 4 questions. One is, what is the standard we're supposed to apply in this appeal, and who has the burden of proof? Is it the staff has to show that the use was changed to a single family, or is it that the applicant has to show that it was always a duplex? Because quite frankly, what I'm seeing is a lot of confusion about historically what this property was used as. There's certainly some evidence that it was a duplex at one point in time. And, who has the obligation to show that there was a change in use or to show that there was no change in use? That's one. The second question is, we heard about a letter that was submitted from the Torrances as well as a statement with the neighbor. I mean, that is hearsay. What weight are we entitled to give that evidence? And then the third question is, my understanding is that just because something is required under the building code or is defined a certain way in the building code, that does not necessarily mean that is the definition of it under the zoning ordinance. And so I would just like your thoughts on that issue as well.
Thank you for asking those questions. So let me direct you to zoning ordinance section 5.108. Under section 5.108, excuse me, not 108, 109, 5.109, sorry, is entitled Standards for Granting an Appeal. It says the Board of Adjustment shall reverse or modify the specific order, requirement, decision, or determination under appeal only upon finding an error in the application of these regulations on the part of the officer rendering the order, requirement, decision, or determination. In affirming, reversing, or modifying the order, requirement, decision, or determination, the Board of Adjustment shall have all the powers of the officer from whom the appeal is taken. So to answer your first question, under section 5.109, you are looking at and evaluating Mr. Spencer's determination that this dwelling has discontinued its duplex use and is now a single family residence. Based on his determination, you are then to evaluate whether or not Mr. Spencer erred in making that determination. If you believe he has erred in that determination, basically applying the ordinance provisions to the facts of this case, then you can reverse the decision and or modify the decision based on that error you've identified. If you do not believe or determine that Mr. Spencer has erred in his application of the ordinance to these facts, then it would need to be upheld. So that's to your first question. The second question is hearsay. Hearsay information may be considered by this board, but it is not supposed to be given significant weight. So I will give you a good understanding of what hearsay would be given weight as. If you have a person who testifies before the board, you're able to evaluate not only the information they're saying, but you're also able to evaluate the credibility. You can also evaluate their non-answers to your questions. You can evaluate all of that because they're, again, engaging you in real time. There's an opportunity for cross-examination. There's an opportunity to submit new documents. All of that is right then and there for you to actually look at and consider. However, any statements that are brought external to the actual group may be looked at, but you cannot make that the foundational element for your decision. Like, it can be a part of your decision, meaning you believe that this is correct or incorrect for all these other reasons, then you can tackle on a hearsay type statement as part of your reasoning. But you cannot base your entire decision on the hearsay statement because you're giving it more weight than the information that is actually provided to you readily during the hearing for you to engage or question and get responses from the individuals. So that's kind of how I've always explained hearsay evidence and the weight aspect. And then for your zoning versus building question, I think that will go as part of the interplay of Mr. Spencer's decision. In this instance, what I will say is Mr. Spencer used some of the building code information as part of his formulation of an opinion that this structure has discontinued its actual multifamily use from, a duplex to now a single family home. If you believe, again, as I stated earlier, that he was incorrect in applying that, and one of your reasonings for it would be, based on the building code, I can't find that this structure has actually changed over, then if you believe the building code was a part of his evaluation, then that would be the error that will allow you to say, no, you were incorrect. If you believe that the building code issues were separate and distinct and Mr. Spencer 100% only applied just the ordinance to the situation and the building code is irrelevant, then again, you can make that determination based on what you think is appropriate based on that. But again, it really truly depends on how much of the building code in your perspective factored into Mr. Spencer's evaluation and determination of the structure discontinuing its duplex dwelling use.
Okay, thank you.
And at this moment, Mr. Floyd, is there any additional questions that you may have, or do I need to have any further explanation?
I guess where I'm still struggling is on the, the standard and the burden. I mean, I get our question is whether or not Mr. Spencer made an error, but is it Mr. Spencer's burden to show that his decision was correct, or is it the applicant or the appellant's burden to show that Mr. Spencer's decision was incorrect?
The initial burden would be placed upon actually the applicant to show error. And if they can show that there was an error, Mr. Spencer would then have a burden at that point to show that it was correct. So the initial threshold question would be the applicant has to show that there was an error. If the applicant can show that error, then Mr. Spencer's got to show, no, I'm correct in that regard. It wouldn't make sense for Mr. Spencer to show I'm correct and the applicant never has actually shown any error in that instance. So that burden initially be placed on the applicant because they are the ones who are challenging Mr. Spencer's determination to begin with. Once they have shown, or at least tried to carry their burden, Mr. Spencer can rebut it and say, no, I have not erred for these reasons.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Chair or
Yes,
members
sir.
of the board, I can answer any other questions you may have. If there are none, then I can turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Thomas. Are there any other questions for Thomas from the board? Are there any other questions from the board for staff or from the applicant?
I have one. I want to comment like that in closing.
Yeah, I'll get to you in just a minute, Mr. Brandon. Yes.
Any questions?
Okay. Then leave it to Lisa. Lisa, you and Shad, do you have any final comments?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brandon, you have your chance to make his final statement.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think the building code issue where Mr. Spencer may have made some determination based on that is the fact that the load-bearing wall that separates the dwelling units, it appears as if there could be no penetration between that load-bearing wall. However, I do believe that there are certain openings could be in a load-bearing wall, such as a rated door that could be placed in there and would substantiate that that load-bearing wall is still intact, and that load with that door that was there to be locked and keep the both sides separated at will. The mere fact that someone could open that door inside and say something to the other unit does not take away the fact that there is an existing dwelling on each side that has its own kitchen, its own separate bathroom, and its own separate living unit for an individual family. That is the issue. And I think whenever you come down to a use regarding whether somebody is in violation or not, I think at some point in time, you need to give where zoning looks at things in a negative connotation in a sense. But whenever you look at your basic of zoning consideration, if there's a tie or somewhat, the evidence is even, the ordinance should give the property owner the benefit of the doubt based on the nature of zoning and its restriction covenants of land uses. And that's what we're asking to do, because there hasn't been a visible discontinuation of the use as two dwelling units. They're side by side, identical in its uses, and that's how it has been since the construction of that building. And that's why we pray that the board would give consideration that use has not been discontinued, even though there may have been some modification done, but the use in the interior has not changed at all. That's how we base those certain violations, what goes on inside, not what appears to be from the outside. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Powers.
Let me go back to Mr. Floyd's question and address this a little bit more for the board as well. Mr. Brandon brought forth something that I definitely do want to make sure I emphasize. In regards to, I think, Mr. Floyd, you're raising a question about this ambiguity issue. And the way the law is structured, if there is ambiguity in regards to the situation, or it is not clear, any inference where the facts are unclear are supposed to be weighed in favor of the actual applicant and against the city. So I do want to emphasize that as well, is that as you're evaluating all of this as part of the burden and then whether there's error, if you come across facts that are unclear, and there's inferences one way or the other, but it's not definitive. Those inferences weighed in favor of the applicant and the free exercise of property under the Constitution, and not necessarily in favor of the city. So I do want to kind of come back to that question that Mr. Floyd kind of raised, and make sure the board is fully aware of that as you're evaluating all the facts and/or inferences as part of your deliberations in that regard. So that's the only thing I wanted to emphasize. Again, if there's any questions, I am here at your convenience.
All right, thank you, Mr. Powers. I want to go ahead and close this hearing so we can begin deliberations. Would it be possible to take like a 10-minute recess before we start deliberations so I can stretch my legs for a few minutes?
I would be in favor of that, please.
All right, thank you. We'll come back. Let's say we'll come back at 12:45. We'll take 13 minutes. 12:45. How's that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just continue. Turn. I'm seeing just one front door. Want to see a shell. Make all kind of assumptions. That's where it should be. It's okay for me. Neighbor. Speculate. Speculate. Season. Local. Doing some just Census construction. Two separate dwellings. Consisting of two kitchens. Separate bathrooms. It's your interest. It's on the front and on the side. That's what I see. Still the same.
Hey, Max, can you ensure that everybody's muted during this recess?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part.
Can you ensure that everybody is muted during the recess?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Max, are the board members back?
Let me see.
It's John Floyd, I'm back.
It
Thank you,
looks
John.
like everyone's on the call. I don't know if they're.
I'd like to go ahead and start our discussion. And
Mr. Chair?
yes, Mr. Powers.
Just want to make sure that all the members that were sitting in on this hearing are back.
That's what I'm trying to find. Is Mr. Brown, are you there?
Yes, I'm back.
Mrs. Dryden, are you there? Okay, Mr. Wilson, are you back?
Yes, I'm here.
And Mr. Floyd, I heard you. You're back.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so we're just waiting on Mrs. Dryden. Mrs. Dryden, are you back? Mrs. Dryden, are you back? Mrs. Dryden, are you back? Mrs. Dryden.
Hey, this is Emma. While you're waiting for her, I think this is my last meeting, since I'm not gonna apply for another, I guess, appointment. So in case I have to jump off, if I say goodbye to everybody, it's been my pleasure.
All right, thank you, Ms. Allen. It's been our pleasure to have you on the board. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dryden, are you back?
Looks like you were on mute, Mrs. Dryden.
I forgot to click on. Yes,
okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and call the meeting back into session. Let's begin our deliberations. Mr. Brown, you want to start us off?
Sure. I'll start by saying I want to hear what everybody else is going to say about this case. I'm particularly torn because there's a lot of different moving parts in terms of the course of how this house has changed over the past few years and how it's changed into its scope to where it is now. The scene whether it remains single family versus being the duplex home. I'm kind of concerned by the fact that the city actually has not visited the home and seen that, and then we got multiple levels of hearsay from the prior owners and things like that. So right now I'm on the fence about whether to overturn the zoning administrator's decision on this one, but I would definitely welcome the thoughts of my colleagues as well as I make kind of work through some of these competing issues in my mind.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Dryden.
I think this is a very unique case. I am leaning toward letting this go back to being a duplex. As I look at the original pictures, I mean, I understand that they closed off that door, but if you look at the streetscape when the door was closed off, it's offset to the left. And you usually build a house where you have the steps up the front and your door is off to the left, which would indicate that either there was another door or the contractor was a little offset when he built his door. Because of the load-bearing wall, I mean, I see the issues, and the statements that, there were 2 kitchens and there were 2 bathrooms. And I understand the building codes today about load-bearing walls and firing, but back when this house was built, there probably weren't those building codes. And they often had duplexes, one main entrance and a door to the right that entered that facility that was locked. So after looking at the pictures and reading all the statements and hearing everybody talk, I am inclined to overturn this disapproval and let it go back to being a duplex.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with both of my colleagues on the board with their assessment as well. I am in favor of overturning the administrator's decision here based upon what was presented to the board today. Like Mrs. Dryden said, when this house was built, which was nearly close to 100 years ago, the zoning board or the zoning regulations at the time are not the same as today. And like Mrs. Dryden said, you can tell that this was originally or still is a duplex based upon that left door. Like Mrs. Dryden said, most houses, if not 99% of the houses that are built, they don't have a door off to the left like that. So that is my comments on this case.
All right, thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Sorry, keep having computer issues. Yeah, this is a tough one. It might actually be the toughest one we've had since I've been on the board. I think there's no dispute that at one point this was a duplex. I mean, it was certainly constructed that way. I think the evidence is clear that there's 2 kitchens, there's 2 living areas, there's 2 bathrooms, that it was designed to use as a duplex. I think the administrator's determination was that it stopped being used that way for at least 12 months and therefore lost the ability to be categorized as a duplex. And so the question for us is whether there was sufficient evidence presented to show that it did in fact lose or stop being used as a duplex for a 12-month period. I'm just not sure if I see that. I mean, when I look at what evidence there was, we've got a building permit that references, treating it as a single family house, but I'm not sure that gives us much of a data point other than at some point someone identified it as a single family residence. You've got the access in between the 2 units, but in my mind, that doesn't destroy the use, doesn't mean it's a single family use simply because there's a door installed. And the fact that it might not have complied with the building code, I don't think changes my opinion there. I might feel differently if we had a neighbor come in and testify and say, I lived next door for 20 years, and during that time period, this house was only used as a single family residence. But we don't have that. I think there's huge gaps in which we really haven't had testimony that with someone with firsthand knowledge that can say, here's how the house was used. And so if the instruction from Mr. Powers is, if there's ambiguity, if there's uncertainty, then the benefit goes to the homeowner, then I think here I would have to say, giving all reasonable inferences in favor of the homeowner, I can't say that there's enough evidence to say that the use as a duplex clearly ceased for more than 12 months. And so I think I probably would vote to overturn the decision, but I'm not 100% there, and would certainly be open to if other people have other reasoning.
Thank you, John. I agree. There hasn't been anything shown one way or the other that says that it hasn't been a single family or not a duplex for 12 months. And they're probably, the certified letter from the previous owner saying that they lived in one side and their kids lived in the other. I don't know. I don't know if their kids were grown up and they had their own family living in the other. We don't know that. That's just, one of the other unknowns. And I agree that the offset of the doorway, and you can see that it was a duplex, and it has been a duplex for many years. But there's just no information that shows that it hasn't been a duplex for 12 months. I don't, and I agree with what you said about what Mr. Powers said, that if there's an ambiguity and there's not sufficient information to make the determination one way or the other, that the result should be on the property owner's side versus the city side. It's a tough one. I have to see how it plays out. I don't know if there's been enough information to show that it wasn't a single it wasn't a duplex for more than 12 months.
I have just a question for the board, if anybody has an opinion. If we do approve this as a duplex, how about readdressing these 2 places? You just apply to the post office and say it's 209A or 209B again? I'm just curious. It's not going to affect whether I approve this or not. It was just something that popped into my head. I mean, if I'm one of the people who wants to live in one side of this duplex, how do I get my address back? How do I get an address back?
So Ms. Dwyer, in that instance, if the building permit was allowed to move forward, they would go through Mecklenburg County and the city also to have an updated address information. And then the post office also will be part of that process. So we would have the 911 aspect as well, because that would need to be updated for 911 purposes as to the physical address of each unit. So that would go into our database. And then that also will be coordinated with the postal service as to, mail delivery. But that'll all be taken care of in-house.
So that's just part of the permitting process then, if we approve this.
Yes, that would be a secondary issue that would be addressed by staff if you were to approve, yes.
Well, like I say, I was just curious. It's just something that popped into my head, and I thought if somebody had it. But thank you, Mr. Powers. I appreciate that.
And then another ambiguity that looking back through the findings of fact, it says that the initial permit issued or applied for on building permit applied for on July 1st of 19, details it as a units A and B, and then a revised or amended building permit on August 27, 2019 shows it as a single family home. It's just another ambiguity that causes it to be a quagmire trying to make the decision. And it's a little disheartening that nobody from the city went into the unit before construction was able to go into the unit, or had the ability to go into the unit before construction started to see what it was actually like before any construction started. So those are my thoughts. Are there the board want to have any other discussion, or is there a motion one way or the other?
Anything else? I'd like to go ahead and vote on it if it's okay with everybody else.
We just
Yeah, this is John Floyd. I move to grant the appeal.
Thomas, how do we need to? Okay, Thomas, are we the motion? Does the motion need to be to uphold the zoning administrator's decision, or to approve the appeal, or how's the motion need to be phrased to be correct?
Sure. So if I'm hearing Mr. Floyd's motion, he is indicating and expressing that you are hereby finding error in the zoning administrator's interpretation, and as such, you are hereby reversing that determination offered by the zoning administrator. That's correct. A longer way of saying you're upholding the appeal, but the technical terms.
And that's how it needs to be made?
I think that'd be sufficient, yes. If Mr. Floyd would just say, so moved, that'll be it.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Floyd. Is there a second?
Dryden, second.
All right, we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Floyd, a motion, yes. A yes is to agree with returning the zoning administrator's, reversing the zoning administrator's decision.
Floyd,
Mr.
yes.
Floyd, thank you. Mrs. Dryden?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Brown, yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Wilson, yes.
Sanderson, no. So I guess we need to look at the findings of fact, Thomas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the only thing that we need to change, Thomas, is just that in conclusion of law that the zoning board of adjustment reverses the zoning administrator's interpretation.
I would add some additional language. One moment, let me just reread this again. Number 13, it says, since it's been visibly discontinued for 12 months, I think that needs to be either modified or deleted. 14 seems to be fine. 15 seems to be fine. 16 seems to be fine. 13 does either, like I said before, need to be modified or deleted. But I would also recommend to the board that you maybe include some information as you have addressed previously about the lack of evidence to support the zoning administrator's decision to find that the use has been discontinued. I think that was one of the things you kind of all talked about. So I would prod the board to kind of add a sentence or two that says either you think the evidence was lacking or that the inferences did not support the actual zoning administrator's decision. But something to that effect, I think would be good to add to this to strengthen this for the property owner who is the one who's getting the decision.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see somehow in there that the board did not see suitable evidence or did not feel the evidence was suitable to prove that the unit had been discontinued for 12 months. I don't know where that goes, but I think that I agree with you. That needs to be in there.
So if you're going to go to that extent and the other board members were to agree, my recommendation would be to delete number 13 and then add that as number 17 in regards to the suitability of the evidence.
I like that idea. The board, I mean, Mr. Brown or Mrs. Dryden, Mr. Floyd, Mr. Wilson, any comments on that, thoughts?
What is it read like? I've got the phrases. Inferences did match the suitable evidence, but what, Mr. Powers, are you going to phrase that for us?
So if the board, if the chair could just restate his general thoughts, I can offer a sentence for everyone. And if that was acceptable, then we can add this as what would be deemed the new 17 in this current draft, but will probably become 16 because we're deleting 13. So
what I was saying was that the board did not see suitable evidence or acceptable evidence or significant evidence, whatever the word needs to be, that the use of the structure as a duplex had been discontinued for longer than 12 months. Therefore, renovations as a duplex was acceptable or to the board or something like that.
So, Mr. Chair, with that, I would just say, I think you got kind of hit the nail on the head. Let me just kind of rephrase it. The board did not find any evidence to support the discontinuance of the duplex use. Excuse me, let me just say this differently. Hold on, let me write it down. Board evidence. Or deems. Okay, here we go. I would say the board deems the evidence showing the property has discontinued the duplex use as insufficient, and also finds that any inferences should be that any inferences were favorable. No, not inferences. Yeah, let's just go with that. The board, after reviewing the evidence, deems it to be insufficient to show that the duplex use was discontinued. Let's just do that.
Okay, that works for me.
Are there any other thoughts or concerns? If that's acceptable, then I would just ask that the board puts that as part of their motion for approval.
And then the
Sorry,
conclusion
Mr. Powers,
of law.
could you repeat that one more
Go ahead,
time?
Mrs. Dryden.
Could you repeat the sentence?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. the board, after reviewing the evidence, deems the board, after reviewing the evidence, deems the, I can't remember that word now, deems something, deems the use of the duplex to be insufficient. Yeah, that's it. The board, I'm trying to write it down as I say it. The board, after reviewing the evidence, deems
And
the evidence
it's insufficient.
insufficient. Okay. The board, after reviewing the evidence, deems the evidence, goodness grief. Give me one moment. How about this? While you all are waiting on me, you can go ahead and continue to review the other ones as well, and I'll get something to you in a second. And I'll probably put it in the chat to make sure everybody's aware of it. I apologize.
And Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Once we add this new addition to the findings and facts of law, can we actually vote on it because it's an addition and not an edit?
Yeah, we'll have to vote on the findings of fact and the conclusions of law revisions.
All right.
If we added under the zoning board of adjustment does not uphold zoning administrator's interpretation and so on, would that work for the conclusion of law?
Yeah, the conclusions of the law is going to be reverses the zoning administrator's interpretation.
Okay.
And then the last sentence would be, in reestablishing a duplex is in compliance with the zoning ordinance. I think those are the two revisions that need to be made to the conclusion of the law.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Mr. Chair, so the sentence should be something as simple as the board deems the evidence to be insufficient to show that the duplex use has been discontinued for 12 months. There you go. That's something simple.
Okay, and then for the conclusions of law, we'll change the word upholds from after the zoning board of adjustment to reverses.
Yes, that is correct.
And then the last phrase will be, and reestablishing a duplex use is in compliance with the zoning ordinance.
Yes, sir. I will support both of those.
Okay, so those are the revisions to the findings of fact and conclusions of law that we need to vote on. If I hear a motion.
To accept the finding of fact and conclusions as revised.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
This is Douglas Wilson. I second.
All right, we have a motion by Mrs. Dryden, a second by Mr. Wilson to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as revised. We'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Wilson, yes.
Mr. Floyd? Mr. Floyd, you must be muted. Mr. Floyd? Mr. Brown?
Brown, yes.
Okay, Sanderson, yes.
And Mr. Chair, just to verify, Mr. Floyd, did you actually vote?
He was having trouble with his
Audio,
mute and
yeah.
unmute.
Just to make sure, I didn't hear him personally.
I
But did
didn't hear him
anyone else?
either. But we have a four votes. So that's more than we needed for it. Is that correct? Or do we need to have it? We don't need to have it unanimous. So
That's correct, but it would be good to know how Mr. Floyd votes for purposes of the record.
yeah, John, can you, if we can't get the mute fixed, can you put in the chat your vote and then we can read it? Or email, I guess, one of us.
Or turn on the video and just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah, it's still here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's still on. He's just muted.
I have seen activity like, yes, muting and unmuting right now. I do see activity.
Sorry, guys. It's just doing crazy things. I vote yes.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Thank you, sir.
We have one more item on our agenda, then the approval of the minutes for the October meeting. Those were sent out for everybody to review. Is there a motion to approve those meeting minutes or?
I move that we approve the minutes from the October meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Is there a second?
Brown, I second.
Mr. Brown, thank you. There's a second. Motion by Mr. Wilson and a second by Mr. Brown to approve the October meeting minutes. We'll take a roll call vote very quickly. Mr. Brown?
Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Wilson, yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Floyd, yes.
Sanderson, yes. So those are approved. Thomas, is there anything else the board needs to talk about?
Yes, sir. Mr. Sanderson, again, I just want to make sure I bring to the board's attention that the city attorney's office has actually hired a wonderful new attorney by the name of Jill Sanchez Myers. Jill is actually on the call at this time. She will be taking over for me going forward in regards to the zoning board of adjustment. We're still working through the transition process to ensure that she is fully aware of all of the aspects of the zoning ordinance and what are your needs. So I do anticipate that I'll be probably sticking around maybe for like one or two more meetings. But I do want to introduce to the board Jill and allow Jill to introduce herself to everyone so you're at least familiar with her going forward.
I don't know, after today's meeting, she may not want to, Thomas.
Hello, thank you. Sorry, I was driving earlier this morning and I couldn't unmute my phone to say hello, and I heard y'all trying to see if I was available, so I apologize about that. But thank you. I'm excited to join the city attorney's office, and I'm excited to be working with you going forward. So
we look forward to working with you, and hopefully you can keep us on the straight and narrow like Thomas has and others before him.
I will do my best.
Anything else, Thomas?
No, sir, that is all.
The other issue we talked about last week has been taken care of?
I will address that offline with each of you. I don't want to address it in this context because we're in an open meeting.
Okay.
And so this is one of those things where any member of the public can view this. And so to preserve attorney-client privilege, I will address it with you individually.
Very well. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll call it.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The staff wants to. The staff is planning training for the zoning board of adjustment by the School of Government for the 1st of January. And I'll let staff speak to it, but I think that there's some dates that we'd like to confirm, or we'd like to confirm what the best dates would be for the majority of the board to have that training.
Yeah, so Max has been working with Adam Lovelady with the UNC School of Government to do some quasi-judicial zoning board of adjustment training. And Adam sent back that looks like say January 7th would work great for him now, but he said he's available either morning or afternoon. So I guess the question for the board is, would y'all prefer to do training from say in the morning or the afternoon on Thursday, January 7th? And I know there's a couple board members that are going to roll off, like Emma, hey, and then I think we have another announcement from Mr. Brown as well. So y'all have some thoughts on which.
I would prefer the morning if it's me. And I'm supposed to roll off, but I've submitted my application to stay on, but I don't know when that'll take place, if that'll take place. So we'll see.
Okay.
I'll stay until I'm told not to. How's that?
Sounds good.
You are allowed to stay until the board either appoints a new person or you are appointed to remain on the board. So you can stay on.
Okay. So for the training, I would say the morning for me.
I would prefer the morning, yes.
Same here. I'm not sure if I'm rolling off as well, but Max is looking into that for me.
Okay. Well, not hearing anybody opposing the morning, we'll go ahead and proceed with working with Adam Lovelady on scheduling a morning session on Thursday, January 7th. So if you want to go ahead and pencil that in, and then we'll also send out a meeting request.
Okay. Mr. Brown, you have something?
Yes, I just wanted to let everybody else know that today will be my last meeting, as I'll be rolling off to serve our community still in the North Carolina General Assembly. But I just wanted to say that I've definitely enjoyed working with staff and enjoyed working with all of my fellow board members over the past 2.5 years, and wish you guys all the best as you guys continue to do the work.
Thank you, Terry, and good luck in Raleigh. You'll need it.
Thank you.
Good luck, Terry.
Thank you.
So Thomas and/or Terry, with Terry rolling off after today, Emma rolling off after today, is that going to put us in a bind for future meetings?
Well, yeah, if I can say something, we've actually just had a new member appointed from the county Board of Commissioners.
Really?
Yes, I was informed last Friday, I believe. So she is actually, well, she was on the call earlier, Krista Long, and she'll be, she'll receive some training materials and can start serving.
I'm on the call. Look forward to working with everybody.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Welcome. All right. Well, is there any other business? Chad, Terry, Thomas?
I do not have anything else.
I do not have anything further.
All right. Well, I hope everybody has a happy, healthy, and safe holiday and Happy New Year. And I guess we'll see everybody in early January for that training.
I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody, and thank you for making my first year on the board very interesting and informative. I've learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Hopefully we can meet in person in the coming year.
I would like that very much.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
All right. Thank you.
Merry
Have a
Christmas,
great
guys.
holiday. Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye.
Bye.